Go live. All right. I think we're here. Almost, maybe. There we go. Now we're live. Good morning, good morning. We're back. Good morning, Stu. How are you? Good to see you, sir. Good morning, Big J's Faith. How's it going? Enjoying your last couple days before you have dive headfirst into class until you're swarmed with homework? It's the worst, man. I mean, it's good. It's good you're starting something new, but I don't envy you. I don't envy the homework part of it. Good morning, NG Tontai. Hello, yes, sir. Last day, yep, last day. Yeah, I think my kids, they actually start back at their school Tuesday, I think. I think they have like a day or two left of their break. All right. Let's get in here. Hey, what's up, Willie? How are you? Activate the lurk. I like it. It's got to be my favorite command that we added this last year. It's too good. Good morning, Artwork Studios. How are you? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Well, I'm glad you're here, Willie. Lurk away, man. Lurk away. Battery low, but I finally got to reformat my PC. Nice. Well, if you stop chatting, we'll know why. We'll know that your battery has given up. Huh. Okay. Alright, I think we're good to go. Yeah? Alright, we're back to working on that Stripe project. I actually worked a little bit on it off stream yesterday, so hopefully we're closer to getting it across the finish line. What's going on with Venezuela? A bunch of crazy shit's going on in Venezuela. I guess President Trump sent some folks in there to take their president out, and now is trying to stay to help run the country or get their oil. I don't really know. All I know is all I know is that when I got off stream yesterday, there was a bunch of news breaking. Good morning, Jackies. Jordan, how are you? Working on a weekend as usual? Nice. Nice, yeah. I don't work. Or are you saying I'm working? Or are you working? Because that stinks for you. I'm not working. This is fun. So I'm just doing this for fun. Hello, Ilmanian. How are you? Oh, wow. Twitch user. Yeah, a rare sighting over there on Twitch. Oil, baby. Yeah, oil. It's throwback. Call of Duty in real life. Basically, I don't know. Again, it's like I haven't done enough reading to really have a good grasp on the situation. But from what I understand, the Trump administration sent some U.S. military personnel into Venezuela to capture their president on drug-related charges. And the last report I heard was something about the U.S. staying to help run the country, which I don't really understand why they need to, but I don't know. I'm just a guy who makes coding and programming content on YouTube, so I don't want to step in anything I shouldn't. Venezuela is in the top 5 of countries with known oil natural resources or something. Well, there you go. Follow the oil. Follow the money, right? Follow the money. Also, good morning, Etienne. How are you? Good to see you. What's up, Suas? I bet people are talking about Venezuela. I bet. Oh, you bet people? Yeah, we're there for sure. Yeah, that was one of the first questions today was what's going on in Venezuela. Tyler Gold Diggers? Pretty much. Oak Plant. Is that Oh My Posh or Starship? This is Oh My Posh. You mean the terminal? I'm guessing you mean? Excuse me. I need to blow my nose. Oak Plank. Are you talking about this right here? This is Oh My Posh. I'm in PowerShell. What is Starship? I don't think I've heard of that. You guys always know about so many things that I've never heard about. Starship terminal. Starship is the minimal, blazing fast, extremely customizable prompt for any shell. Oh, that's cool. I hadn't heard about this. It works with anything, huh? Does it work with PowerShell? Yeah. Nice. I hadn't heard of this. That looks pretty cool. Starship? I don't know if anybody else is interested in knowing about this, but this is what Oak Plank was referring to. Starship. It's written in Rust, obviously. How do you know something's written in Rust? They'll tell you. Or they'll put a big crustacean logo somewhere.
Did we just become best friends?
Artwork from YouTube. Thanks for the follow, man. Thanks for going all the way over there to Twitch. And doing good. How's the Stripe integration going? Good, yeah, good. I think we made good progress on it yesterday. Yeah, we made good progress on it yesterday. But that's because I worked on it off stream. We didn't make good progress on it on stream, but we did make good progress off stream. So we'll try to do a better job today. Gotta make Twitch think you're big guy. Dude, Twitch is rough. It's a rough gig, man. I'm surprised anybody's able to actually grow an audience over there if you're a new streamer. Any opinions on Microsoft rewriting TypeScript engine in Go and not using C#? So Anders was actually, at first, it was really surprising to me that they made that decision to do that. That was actually the thing that led to me, or led Chat and I earlier this year deciding to learn Go. But I was actually super surprised when that originally happened. But Anders did a couple interviews, one of which was on syntax. Yeah, this one right here. And he explains why they chose it. They chose it primarily because they wanted to make the rewrite of the compiler much more of a port than a rewrite. And Go as a language lent itself much more to porting the existing TypeScript code than moving from TypeScript to C#, which would have been more like a rewrite. So if you're curious of hearing him kind of explain that, let's see. What was your name? Stu. Yeah, if you're curious about kind of hearing his thought process on it, it's in this interview. I don't remember exactly where in that interview, but he kind of talks about essentially that since Go is more functional or has more of a data structure and function approach to some of or has the ability to have more of a, here's the data structure, here's a function that works on the data structure. It was much easier to port the existing TypeScript code base, which is, I guess, written in that type of functional way, without a lot of heartache. So I thought that was interesting. But yeah, I would have loved to be able to claim that the TypeScript compiler is written in C#, but unfortunately, it didn't make the cut. Maybe he just used ChatGPT to do the work. I have 8 minutes left before it lets me send messages there. Oh yeah, Twitch, yeah. Yeah, Twitch you gotta wait 10 minutes. I think YouTube you have to wait 10 minutes or maybe 5 minutes, but yeah. I like that because it means that we get far less people here that try to troll on chat or me, because most trolls are lazy and have very short attention spans. So the idea of following or subscribing and then having to sit there and wait for 5 minutes, most of them aren't going to do that. And that, I think, is one reason why the stream continues to be a nice place to hang out. Okay. So last thing I did yesterday was I was working on displaying the previous donations. So that's what I'm going to go back to doing right now. Okay, so this is my card. And what I basically want to do is I had this laid out one way and then I decided I didn't like the way it was laid out. So what I basically need to do is I need to move the message here. I need to move the header around. There we go. So we have our header, we have the left side of our header, and we have the right side of our header. Now, the header itself, where is it? Yeah, we want space between, we want flex start, I think, and then we want to override to flex in. Thanks, Stu. Of course, yeah. Of course, yeah. It's a good watch. It's a really good interview. I mean, it's a good interview even just besides the whole Go compiler discussion. But I mean, I don't think Anders does a lot of interviews, but whenever he does, I try to watch him. That's one very smart, intelligent, technical person, you know? Okay, so the header is all fooey right now. And that's because it's using display column. Or display direction is, or flex direction is row. We want flex direction column. these selectors aren't going to work anymore. You gotta flip these right here. We want header, right, header, right. Now let's see what this looks like. Okay, that's better, but the money is still in the wrong spot, so... Blow my nose real quick. One sec. Can you answer my question? I need your opinion on it, bro. So, you sound MD looks great on Twitch, then YouTube. I'm switching to Twitch from now. Yeah, go for it, man. There's also a horizontal stream on YouTube, but it's members only. It's ad free and members only. The horizontal stream on YouTube is. Steven, what do you think about using vector embeddings to embed all the tools, then take the prompt, generate the vector remaining, and search to the tool so only tools that are useful will be available? It's not a bad idea. That's currently a huge issue right now in the agentic world. Is you have this constant push between how many tools can a particular agent have in its prompt before you have a deterioration in both the performance of the agent and the correct selection of the tools for whatever task it's being given. But also at the same time, you're balancing that with, well, you don't want every agent to just have a single tool, right? That would be kind of weird. So yeah, it's a real balancing act, and especially it's even maybe more of a problem less at the like implementation layer of the stack and maybe more at the user layer. Like right now in Visual Studio or VS Code, when you have a bunch of MCP servers installed, you basically have to be very picky. You have to be very picky about which MCP tools you have enabled for a given prompt, lest you overwhelm the LLM or you just consume too much of your context window with tools, which is not really the greatest user experience in my opinion, to have to every time you send a message to Copilot you have to be disabling and enabling tools. I'm assuming there's people at the model companies that are working on a way to try to solve that problem, but it's a problem. MD, when open source contribution series though? I don't know, man. It's tough to find time to do all the things I want to do. I love your idea. I saw your idea in the comments of that short. I think it was a short. I'd love to do something like that. I think it'd be a ton of fun to try to identify some open source projects that I'd like to contribute to and then work through that live. It's just having too many things that I want to do, you know? And every time you say yes to doing one thing, you're saying no to doing another. So it's a balancing act. Also, if I suddenly stop talking, it means my PC exploded. What if I have a solution which could handle around 10 to the 4th power tools? Wow, that's incredible. Will I make a lot of money? Maybe. I don't really know, man. I don't really know if it would mean you make a lot of money, but I'm sure a lot of people would love to give your solution a test drive. I just know, I mean, like I said, I'm not a big agentic development person, but I've had to do a lot of AI related things for work. And I know that continues to be a struggle when you're dealing with like the raw usage of an LLM and trying to build deterministic systems around those LLMs. A large way that you do that deterministicness is you give it tools that a developer wrote that do very specific things with code, right? And you provide too many of those and you have issues. So if you could reduce some of the heartache around that, I'm sure you'd have some interested parties. I don't know though if you'd make any money. I think I have an amazing idea to solve that problem, which does not take a lot of compute or time. I think that's awesome, Suhas. I'm very excited for you. I think you should go pursue it. Good morning, Neil Thompson. Sorry, I almost said Neil Boss. Neil Thompson, good morning. Foss Boss. Let's see, Foss is what does Foss stand for? Free open source software? Is that what that stands for? Yeah. I don't necessarily think that open source software though needs to be free. Like I'm totally okay with people making open source software and being like, hey, I need to make a living. I got a family, you know? So I don't think I think there's some people that think open source necessitates free, and I'm not one of them. Good morning, Born to Shine. Thanks for being a member, man. Appreciate you. Glad to have you here. Can I chat now? Looks like it. Artwork from YT. Guess what? What artwork? I can finally chat here. Oh, wow. So surprising. I'm glad you guys found your way to Twitch. I hope you enjoyed over there. This is the motivation I needed. I'm going to develop. Bye-bye. In sync. See ya. See you, Suhas. Have fun. Yep. Nice. Yeah. Well, have fun, Artwork Studios, on Twitch. Do your thing. I forgot where I was. We have this header. The header's all out of sorts here. So we have left, right, so info, or no, right needs to have flex direction row. Okay, that's better. We're getting closer. We're getting closer here. Now we need to do space between here. Then flex right needs to be align items flex end. No. Basically, I want to move the money to the end of the container. No. Oh. It's like, why is this happening? This is the part of CSS that's always so troublesome. So we basically want payment card right header. This jacket's too hot. Also, Steven, what was like during your time? What do you mean? Oh wait, someone should make lo-fi generator plugin for VS Code. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. So how do I get... There we go. That's what I was looking for. Then we need a little bit of gap over here. So we need a gap of like 1 rim. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, gap of 1 rim. And we need a dot payment card dot header dot info and dot details. And we're gonna do flex 1. And then we're gonna do a gap on the header. Gap on them. Nice. That's what I was looking for. There we go. Okay, so let's look. How's this look when things get tiny? Let's see. Okay, so I don't like the fact that when things get really tiny, that overflows. So maybe what we do is on the right container right here, we do flex wrap. So flex wrap. And when things get too small, we'll just move it down below. I mean, that's a tiny, tiny fucking screen. I mean, if that's where we're at with it, then that's where we're at. I do think what I want to do is for the date, the amount, I want to do the same thing that I did with the message. So we'll say, payment card dot payment card dot message. Oops. That stuff there. And then we'll also add to this selector, we'll say payment card header dot right dot, what was it? Dot details dot amount. That. And we'll do dot payment dot card, not status, but we're gonna do info. Let's see if that. Yeah, I think I like that better. We could probably also just include the wrap there. I mean, the thing is, when you're on a screen this small, I don't really know if I would expect it to look good, you know? I mean, that's a tiny ass screen. What should probably happen is this should all get reflowed into like a single column, honestly. The whole card should. But that's a lot more CSS to write, and I don't want to write it. I don't want to write it. So I think we're just going to live with that being an acceptable response on smaller screens. I mean, we could, like I said, we could add a flex wrap on here, and that would wrap the amount under the details. Or I guess it's not going to because we have all those properties set on the individual elements themselves. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like that. So we'll do it like that. Okay, cool. So that's our card. Now I need to figure out different placeholder images, and I also need to see what does this look like if we were to put a really long string in there. What does that look like? So I think our max length for the message is 250. So let's do repeat 250. Copy that. Yeah, that looks fine. That's the longest the message will be. I like that. I think it's coming together. It's coming together. All right, let me catch up on chat real quick. Let's see. What do we got going on over here? Where was I? Cyberlanka, good morning. How's it going? It's going good, man. Good to see you. Good morning. Oh, wow, you can reply on Twitch. Yeah, that's one of the coolest features I think I've seen on the Twitch chat is people being able to reply to each other. So you can actually have a conversation with one another. Or at least more of a coherent conversation with one another. Odunton Fawaz. Hello. I think I said your username right. I apologize if I screwed it up. Artwork Studios. Whoever made this is a genius. Oh, the emote? The squid emote? Is that what we're talking about? Do you like the octopus? Yeah, the octopus is cool. I think I can send emotes too from my side. Let me see. Emotes. I think. Let's see. Maybe not. I thought I could. Let me see. Oh yeah, I can. Let's see. I can do forehead. What's weird is none of my custom Twitch emotes show up, which is weird. I wonder if I have to do something special to get those to show up. Hey, Network Bib, good to see you, man. How are you doing? You're back. You're back. I think it's about time for me to get another haircut. Steven, what are your thoughts on WAP for creators? Is that? Let me see. That's the live shopping channel, right? Oh no, maybe I'm thinking of something else. I don't think I've ever heard of this. So what is it? Like, if you were to give me like the elevator pitch, is it like a sales play? Let's see. What is a WAP? WAP is a platform for any online business. Learn what WAP is, explore real examples. Let's see. It's an American social commerce platform that enables creators and small businesses to market and sell digital products directly to consumers. That sounds cool. It sounds kind of like Shopify, but must be a little different somehow. Not sure how, but must be. WAP provides sellers with a self-hosted storefront, merchant of record payment system, customer relationship tools. That's very cool. They do charge us. They do charge a VIG, which everyone was very upset with Stripe's VIG yesterday when I shared what it was. Yeah, I'm all for anything that helps people make money. Yeah, go for it, you know? Alright, I'm really sick and tired of my app doing that, so I'm gonna fix that. So we're gonna move from the client to the backend for a second here. Because I'm kind of tired of. So right now there's a problem. I'm running .NET Watch, but I have this development DB file in the same folder that .NET's watching. So I need to fix that. So what I want to do is in my context, I'm getting the connection string here. And I think I'm going to have to do it a little bit differently. So the person supplies the database file Yeah, the person supplies the database file. The database file path, right? And so basically what I need to do is I need to do a couple things. I need to check, is the given file path absolute or relative? If it is relative, it needs to be relative to the app's context. Right? Which basically, what I'm basically trying to say there is, whenever we create a DB file that hasn't previously existed, I want it to be created down here where the application is actually running from, instead of up in the applications, like wherever the process was where I started the application. But I don't think I want to do that in this method, this get connection string method. I don't think I want to do it there. So I think what I'm gonna do is, if I remember right, when Entity Framework loads your, let's see, Entity Framework, DB context, default registration, lifetime. I'm pretty sure Entity Framework loads with a scope. The default lifetime for DB context is scope, which means we can inject other things into it without really having to worry too much about it. So I'm going to inject I'm going to remove the get connection string here. I'm going to remove it here. Which is going to make my context unhappy. But I'm going to go into my DB context. And now what I'm going to do is, obviously this doesn't exist anymore. So we're going to have a private... Oh, whoops. I realize I'm still chatting. Let me go back to the scene. I'm writing code, but the chat scene's still up. Sorry, guys. That's my bad. I'm still learning, okay? Good. What are you doing? I am currently, NetworkPip, I'm currently building a donations page using the Stripe API. The chat comment display is from which program in your setup? Neil, my chat display is from StreamerBot. So if you ever use StreamerBot, that's what it's from. Private const string, data source prefix. Yep. All right, and then we need to say var is relative path. And we're going to say, I think there's a way to check this with an existing API. Let's see. .net check if file path is relative. Let's see, .net or C#, best way to check if path is relative. Call is path fully qualified to determine whether a path is fully qualified or relative, and therefore whether a call to get full path is necessary. However, if path does exist, the caller must have permission. Returns a value that indicates whether a file path is fully qualified. The overload of isPath handles paths that use directory separator character and alt directory separator. It does not perform any validation on the path that is passed to it as an argument. There is a difference between a fully qualified path and a rooted path. So a fully qualified path, or absolute path, always defines an exact path from a particular drive or device to a target file or directory, and does not depend on the current drive or current directory. For example, on Windows system, defines an absolute path from the root of the C drive to the target file. A rooted path specifies either a starting drive or root directory, but depends on either the current directory or the current drive. So we want to check if it's fully qualified. That's what we want to check. So this is relative. So I wonder how that behavior differs on different operating systems. Let's see, is fully qualified, is path fully qualified, Windows versus Linux. Hello crew, how are you doing? Mochi Mochi, good morning, good to see you again. So this seems to be a hotly debated what you should do. Okay, I think I'm going to try is fully qualified, but it sounds like that might not be totally the correct way. So we're going to say is absolute path. We will say path dot is fully qualified. And then what we're going to say is we're going to say var data source is, let's see, path. Yep, exactly that. So this is the one that I wanted to cover, where if someone gives me a relative path, I want to use the app context as the base directory. And then we can use data source here. And I think this code should live here, because if for some reason I wanted to be able to mock what path returns here to test this, this actually should probably live somewhere else. It probably doesn't need to. This code probably should live some. I'm not sure where it should live, but it probably should live somewhere else. Okay, so what if? Okay, so let's go back to what we were doing before. What if we were to do this? And then if we do want to inject something for the path, we can inject it here through the constructor, or through the method. That's what we'll do. I go back and forth on stuff like this. Sometimes it's kind of a feel thing, right? Like sometimes you're building something and you're like, I don't know, that doesn't feel right, right? And sometimes you have to do it first to figure out if it feels right or not. Random sub emote unlock. Nice. Hey, well, good job unlocking an emote. That's kind of hard to read. Put some white space around it. Get rid of this. Get rid of all this. And now we'll go back to context. All right, so that means that we should be able to restart the application. Oops, sorry. Max G. Sometimes I randomly want to make stuff. Like just now I thought, would I be able to make a support ticket website? But then I was like, too much work because I need to make roles for people who can respond. But I like making random stuff, so maybe I will. Depends on how bored I am. Well, that's where all the learning comes from, Max. I mean, those random moments of inspiration or thoughts of like, can I do X, Y, Z? Those are the places where you learn, because when you think, oh, I have to handle roles, if you feel like that seems like that would be too hard, that means it's probably something that will force you to stretch your abilities and push you outside your comfort zone. So those are the things you should pursue. Like that's like an indicator you should use. Oh, that's something I should go try to attempt, right? And what I would recommend is always start with the hardest parts of your project first, right? So if you're unsure how to implement role-based access control in a project, go implement role-based access control in the project before you do anything else. Like figure out what that looks like and how to do that in whatever tech stack you're in. So I wouldn't shy away from it. I'd go do it. I'm gonna spam the hell out of this one. Oh, the coffee goblin? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Kittleson? Good morning. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right, if we did everything correctly, we should now have a development DB down here in the debug folder. But it doesn't look like we do. Okay, so something happened there. Somebody is upset. Let's see. Can't access property amount. In is undefined. So what is my... Unable to open database file. Okay, so we definitely screwed something up. Because I think this connection string is not returning what we would expect it to return. Do a little printf debugging here. Maxi, I mean, support ticket stuff seems like a very good thing to do because it's quite a simple concept, but there are harder parts such as integration with the database or something because you wouldn't put everything just into files. Exactly, Max. It's a great project idea because you're right. It's this perfect idea of because you kind of have to have this portal interface where you're gonna probably want some front end pages, but you're probably gonna want some sort of administration side of it, right? So you're gonna want some view that's unique to the support analyst, and you're gonna want some view that's unique to the customer, the client, whoever is getting the support, and you're gonna have to implement the necessary controls to protect the other from seeing each other's information, right? And then you're going to have to implement all the database stuff to persist the information. You're probably going to have to decide how do you want to handle messaging back and forth, right? It's a good project. How will you alert people when progress is made on tickets? I think it's a good project, Max. I don't know. I just think whenever I have an idea for something and I think, oh, that would be too hard, that's probably a good project to add to the list because there's a reason why I think it's gonna be too hard, right? It's either I don't understand something well enough, I've never done it before, right? And so that's a good indication that that's probably something I should push on. I should probably explore that. Good morning, Bob Knoll. I slept late, time to rise and get caffeinated. Join us, Bob. Join us. I'm doing the same. I'm trying to get caffeinated for my day as well. I just actually took the last sip of my first coffee, so there's a second coffee incoming here before too long. All right, this is not getting... I wonder if am I not using the right... No, I'm definitely using the right method, right? Yeah. So why is it returning nothing? So let's just try... I guess let's try... I don't want to debug this. I guess what I want to do is I want to actually debug it, right? So let me close that. Let me set a breakpoint here. We will do DC continue. Rebuild first, sure. Let's see. We want to do source. I'm gonna let that build. Good morning, Ducky Deb. Yes, it is a new angle. We have a new angle. We're on YouTube horizontally for members, completely ad-free. We're on Twitch horizontally for people who don't want to watch the vertical feed here on YouTube, but don't also want to become members. So you can go over to Twitch if you'd like. You can go to twitch.stephenfreemore.com. We're live over there. It's a whole new era of the stream for 2026. I slept at 5 a.m., woke up like I was drunk at 4 p.m. Nice. Let's see, path to debug. We want to debug source grounds for support server, then debug net 10. Alright, so we're running here. And then let's make a request. I think if I make a request, this will. Oh, this is running on a completely different. This is running on HTTP localhost 5000. Oops. Why is it serving from? Oh, it's, damn it. Damn it! That's not gonna work. So we have to stop this. Alright, so how do we want to debug this? This really shouldn't be that hard to do. Okay, give me a logger, logger. And let's just log it. So we'll say var connection string, and we'll say yep. Now this is going to complain because it thinks that I should use some sort of special templating. Evaluation of this argument may be expensive and unnecessary if log is disabled. Nope, I don't care. I want it there for now. We'll restart this right here. 250 more subs till 10K? Man, that's crazy. I didn't think I would ever get to 10K. I thought 10K was like, I thought I would be an old man before I ever reached 10K on this channel. But that'd be a pretty cool achievement to get to 10K. I would love to get to 100,000, because if I got to 100,000, then I would get that silver plaque and I could show my boys, and I think they would be really, really impressed that their dad has 100,000 subs. I think they'd be really impressed that I got a plaque from YouTube. But we'll see. Okay, that broke. See if I have a log statement in here. Oh, I see. When I'm building the URL for my database, it's basically not a valid DB. So here's the URL. Here's the file path that's getting created based on my current code. This is why it's breaking. So you can see it's doing what I wanted it to do, where since it's a relative URL, it is making it. It's trying to make it into an absolute path, which is what I want to do. Because I basically want it to be created relative to wherever the application's currently executing, but you can see this is not being properly handled. So I think I need to do something different. What that is, I'm not totally certain. Let's see. create or turn .NET, turn relative path into absolute path to app context directory. Let's see, get full path. No. It's not getting combined correctly though. I'm using the path combine method, but it's still not combining, right? Let's see if our good friend over here, Gemini, can't help us. Let's see. I'm trying to take a configured file path and deal with the fact that it might be relative. And when it is, I want to turn it into an absolute path relative to the apps context directory. Here is what I'm doing currently, but the combining of the paths is not working because I'm getting the following. Let's see. What don't I understand about working with paths in .NET? So here's what I'm doing currently. Oh, whoops, no, that's kidding. It'd be helpful if I could actually type and paste things correctly. Oh, I wonder, is that why? Is there a new line in that shit? No, there's a new line in it just because I copied it from the terminal, I think. We'll put that here. Let's see what Gemini says. I tried setting up a Plex server yesterday and found out it costs money to access it when you aren't accessing it from the IP of the server. Like, what the fuck, it didn't before? I'm not familiar with Plex server. I thought Plex server was something I thought the Plex server was something that you self-host. So I guess the only thing that I would think it would cost money is if you obviously have to pay for the electricity to host it, and then if you wanted to have like a publicly addressable domain for your IP. But I didn't realize that Plex actually charged you to host your own Plex server. I thought that was like one of the cornerstones of self-hosting stuff. You should update your code to use the following approach. Why this works. Get full path. Unlike path.combine, this method understands file system logic. It sees the $ and then realizes it refers to the current directory, effectively cleaning it out of the final string. You explicitly tell .NET if the file path is relative, start looking from here. Ooh. I did not know that. So this can be even simpler. This can be just, right? This can just be actually just be var absolute path equals path.getFullPath, and then we pass in the database file path, and then we have an overload. That's really nice. I did not know that was a thing. I learned something new today. And then down here we can say just like that. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you, Gemini. Look, AI. See, AI is not all bad. It's teaching me things. So basically what it was saying is that if the path is relative, then it uses the base path as the starting point, I think is what it says. Which is pretty cool. So now, if we restart our application, we should be able to go over here. Let's see, let's restart. Let's go back to our page. Give it a reload. Oh no, it's still aired out. Did Gemini just lie to me? Oh, okay, hold on. It's a brand new database, so it's no longer using it's using the correct path now, but it's no longer, how do I say this? It's no longer using the development.db, and so what we have to do is we have to run our migrations in order for this to work. Now this is kind of a hotly debated thing. How do you handle migrations? Do you run migrations manually as part of your deployment? I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to implement a migration service for this so that on startup of my application, we just run all the migrations. Is I think what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Or I'm pretty sure that's what is happening here. So if I go into my grounds for support site, and I go into CD server, and if I do .NET EF database update, it should create a new database file, and then it should run them all. An error occurred using the connection to database main on server. SQLite error, unable to open database file. Why? Why are we unable to open it? Is it because it's just not there? I thought. Let's see. Doesn't entity framework create the database file if it doesn't already exist? I almost 100% think there should already be a database file created, or should be created because it doesn't exist. But maybe I made that up. Let's see that error one more time. Does it feel weird to use Pascal case for file names? Oh, no, not at all. In C#, that's very normal. I actually prefer in TypeScript when I'm doing React or Vue, I like to name all my components with Pascal case because that's how I'm going to reference them as elements in the templates. So I think using Pascal case is very normal. The actual name casing that always feels the weirdest to me is like hyphen, where people will do like payment-card.tsx, right? That feels like the weirdest naming convention for a file name. Maybe snake case. Snake case is probably kind of weird too for a file name. But Pascal or camel case seems like that's completely normal for most languages. Kilson, I'm not impressed with you at 10K or even 100K. You are going places, Steven. Let's fucking go. Dude, Kilson, that's such a nice message, man. Thank you so much for trying to gas me up. It's very nice of you. Actually, I was self-hosting the server, and then if I wanted to access it from outside of my home, I would have to pay $199 per month. Huh. I feel like you could get that set up for cheaper than that, man. I mean, you're definitely going to have to pay for a domain. I think there's actually some free domains you could register, Max, but I think you could get that set up for free. So what I have in mind myself is you could have your Plex server running in your house, right? And then obviously you probably don't want to pay for a static IP from your internet service provider, your ISP. So what you could do is you could use a dynamic DNS service, which is relatively simple to set up. I think if you Google like dynamic DNS, there's a few different services out there you can use. And all these services do is they basically just make sure that when you register a domain for your server, that if your public IP address that's assigned to you by your internet service provider changes, the dynamic DNS service that's running on your server will make sure and update the record, the DNS entry, correctly to make sure that the DNS entry still points to your points to the right place. And then you should be home free because then you have a publicly addressable domain that resolves to your home IP address. I mean, you could proxy it through Cloudflare if you wanted to, probably, and then that resolves to your self-hosted Plex server. Oh yeah, so then what's the $199 for then? So it sounds like you already have that type of setup. So why do you have to pay $1.99? Is that something Plex is enforcing? Because that seems like not a self-hosted solution anymore. To actually access it outside, that's a hold on, wait, that seems crazy. Plex charges for outside of home use. Now, it is. Now PlexPass is required to turn on this feature for their media server. Those seeking to connect to an existing library. Wow, okay. So you can stream on local network for free, but I wonder if they do that to, I guess, avoid people like trying to provide a streaming service to other people using their software. Oh, this just happened too, November 26th. So this just happened like 2 or 3 months ago. Yeah, that seems not cool, but but at the same time, I guess there's probably a good reason for it. Put an end to free remote streaming. It's called the Remote Watch Pass, and it costs $2 per year. Wow, that sucks. Because like I wouldn't even really want like probably to your use case, Max. Like I wouldn't even use it to provide it to other people as a service. I just want to be able to be like out and about, right? And like I want to watch a Netflix show at the coffee shop or something. Like let me do that. That sucks, man. That complete to me that really reduces the value that a self-hosted server like that offers. Like I mean, I guess Max, have you thought about what about doing it over like something like Tailscale? Then I saw that and just made the movies library and index page on Nginx. I guess you could do that. Yeah. I wonder if you could do it over some sort of VPN, right? Your own private network. I wonder if that would count as local, right? So if you created if you created a Tailscale account and invited people to your Tailscale and made it available at a specific IP on your Tailscale network, and then you could still have that publicly addressable domain. They would just have to be connected to the Tailscale network. Blood Moon. If you work with React or C#, I think camel case file names are more weirder than Pascal case. I only use camel case for variables and params. Yeah, I think though in React, I typically will use camel case for files that aren't component files, right? So if I'm building like if I'm writing like a API service.ts, that's typically camel cased in my code. I typically don't Pascal case that file. Pascal casing I only usually use in React projects or Vue projects if it's an actual component. Mashy, I do have a VPN server. I have an old Core 2 Duo PC that I use for VPN. Maybe that's a way to go, to get around it. Everyone just has to be connected to the VPN. I don't know if VPN counts as a local network though in the Plex world, right? Does that count? I don't know. You would think the smart folks at Plex would know people could do that. So maybe they blocked it. Okay, I think I know why this isn't working. So I don't think it's working because this data directory doesn't exist. So what we need to do is, or that's what I think is happening. So what we need to do is in our context, context options, we basically need to handle that case, I think. You would think the SQLite driver would take care of that. So let's just try. We'll say file dot create let's see, is it directory? Yeah, create directory. I just want to see if that's the reason for this. And this has been such a pain to fix this tiny little issue with where the database file ends up. Creates all directories and subdirectories in the specified path unless they already exist. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is, I don't want to have to do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new member that's called get fully qualified database path, like that. then in here, instead of prefixing this, we'll say return to get fully qualified. And then this is going to go into the context class. So var db path, yep, and then we'll say create the path if it doesn't already exist. And then we'll say var connection string. Connection string. See you, Artwork Studio. Have a good day, man. I don't get it. Is there a catch with Plex? Yeah, Kittleson, basically, based on that article I just read, it sounds like Plex is okay with you setting up a server in your local network and running that server locally, but if you want to expose it over a public connection, they make you pay $2 a month for some special pass. I guess it's a way probably to monetize their software or something. I don't really know. You cannot create bin debug because a file or directory with the same name already exists. What the fuck is happening? Why can I not get connected to the dang... Alright, delete this guy. I've never used Tailscale, I use WireGuard. I've heard good things about WireGuard. I use Tailscale personally. I'm not saying it's necessarily better. Oh, so it's creating the database file as a directory. That's weird. So why is it creating it as a directory? So if I do development.db, this isn't going to fix my issue, but it will verify that that was the case. So it's creating it as a directory. Why would it create that as a directory? Let's see, unable to create DB context. The exception cannot create because a file or directory with the same name already exists was thrown while attempting to create an instance for different patterns supported at design time. See, okay. So I can't create it ahead of time. Dude, this is such a pain in the ass. Look at this. Give me my logger back. And again, let's log the connection string. So let's say logger, yep. Not. Good morning, Oblivion. How are you? Sosie, hi. You just got laid off from my previous work as a kitchen staff. I want to try and learn coding. Where should I start? Should I get a computer or a laptop? First off, I'm sorry you got laid off from your previous work, man. That really sucks. I'm sure that can't be a not stressful thing, right? So I'm sorry that happened to you. As far as where should you start if you want to try to learn to code, I point everybody to a website called Free Code Camp. So let me see, where are you? I guess you're on the vertical, aren't you? So I tell everyone to start with freecodecamp.org. However, that might be hard to do from your phone if you don't have a laptop or a computer. So that might be, I don't know what resources exist out there for people that might want to learn to code just using what they have available right now. I'm assuming you have a phone or something. So I'm not sure where I would point you to start there. You could try to see how well Free Code Camp works on the mobile device before you go out and buy a computer or a laptop. I would just hate for you to sink money into a computer or a laptop before you know that you actually like it, right? I think I would try to program and code first before I invested money into technology to support that, right? Where I live in Kansas City, Kansas, and we have a really sweet public library here. So I think I would probably go to the public. If I was in your shoes, I think I would actually probably set aside a couple hours, go to the public library for a few days and use their computer to do some free CodeCamp curriculum, and then kind of make up my mind maybe at the end of a couple weeks of that to try to figure out, am I enjoying this? Do I want to pursue it further? And if I do want to pursue it further, then start thinking about getting an inexpensive computer or laptop to continue learning with. So I think that would be my approach. That's assuming, I'm assuming that you guys have like a library system somewhere that you live that provides free computer and internet access. I know not all places do that, but here where I live, that's a thing. Thank you. I live in the province in the Philippines. See, so I don't know what life's like there in the Philippines, so that's difficult for me to recommend. I would just hate to tell you to go spend, several $100s or a couple $100s on a laptop. I'm not sure what laptops go for where you are, but if you have the money, obviously that's a different scenario, but I would just hate for you to waste it. Anil Pudel, is DSA important for problem solving? I don't know if I necessarily think DSA is important for problem solving. I definitely think it can help you be a better problem solver. I think what's important for problem solving is getting good at solving problems in general. It doesn't have to be DSA. It doesn't even have to be computer or tech related. Just being good at making observations. Like, to me, problem solving is very much the scientific method. To me, that's very much the approach that I use. I got a degree in biochemistry, and so I think forever I'll probably always see myself first and foremost a little bit more like a scientist than a software developer. But I think being able to look at something, make observations, generate hypotheses, design experiments, run those experiments, draw conclusions from the results of those experiments, and then continue that loop over and over again until you reach some new understanding or knowledge is really the most important and systematic approach you can take, right? So in code, that looks like, oh, my code's not working. What are the observations I can make about the state of my program? Okay, now based on the errors I have and the state of my program, what are some hypotheses for why my code isn't working the way it is? And then what are some things I can do to either verify those hypothesis or disprove those hypotheses. So change the code in certain ways or add tests, right, to cover certain paths. And then run those experiments, right? Run my code again. And did it work? Great. Okay, so that proves my hypothesis correct. Did it not work? Okay, it disproves that hypothesis. I need to go back to the drawing board and think about this some more and run some more experiments. That, again, that whole thing can be based on data structures and algorithm, like grinding leak code. You can develop that skill set, but it doesn't have to be data structures and algorithms. To me, data structures and algorithms are much more about pattern recognition than problem solving, right? Because you can't really be good at data structures and algorithms if you don't understand what algorithms are available to you and what data structures are available to you and which algorithms solve which problems and which data structures help solve which problems. And then it just becomes a pattern recognition game of, oh, they're talking about finding the shortest path. Oh, okay, I know what algorithm I should use for that, right? Or what sets of algorithms I should use for that. What's up, fabulous gamer? Good to see you. How are you doing? Sorry, I'm stuck on just YouTube. Twitch might be talking. Just woke up. My sleep schedule has rotated. Nice. Have been working my ass off for the last 3 days. Been rebuilding my PC, my workstation with a second GPU and a water blocking CPU. That sounds like a fun project. What was the reason for the rebuild? Just cuz? Fabulous gamer. How's the strike project doing? Good. Yeah, it's going well. Right now we're stuck trying to figure out why I can't connect to my database. I'm just using SQLite, but I'm having a hard time I'm trying to move the location of where the database lands, and I'm having a hard time for whatever reason doing that correctly. It could be because it's 6 o'clock in the morning and I've only had one coffee, but we can just chalk it up to a skill issue. Will you start a startup? I don't know. I mean, I think I don't know if I'd ever want to start like a startup in the sense of like a Silicon Valley startup, but I think one day I'd like to have a business. You know, I think that would be a lot of fun to have my own business. I really enjoyed running my personal training business. And so maybe one day I'll get back to having a gym, or could be software related. It doesn't have to be doesn't have to be okay. So sorry, I was like in the middle of a thought, and then I was also trying to debug the I think we need to do that. I think this will get us home. I think this will get us home. Restart. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting I switched to chat. My bad, guys. I gotta do a better job of remembering when I switch. Kilson, I'd like you to join my indie startup. Let's fucking go. Well, if you guys have startups that you want to pay me to do work on, I will happily consider doing work. It'll have to be part-time, though, on a contract basis, because I'm not going to give up my current employment. But I would be more than open to doing contract work. Although, based on what you see here on stream, you might be like, yeah, this guy's way too slow for me to pay him money to do work for me. Alright, so there's my development DB. Awesome. Okay, so now that's working correctly. We're creating the database and we're creating it correctly. Now we need to run our migrations. So we will do .NET EF database update. And hopefully now this works. Try being an instructor on LinkedIn Learn. I don't think I want to be an instructor, you know? Like, I'm not really interested in being a teacher, you know? Like Web Dev Simplified, he does a lot of courses, and a lot of YouTubers, a lot of tech YouTubers make courses. I think that's kind of the natural way to build a business out of creating content, especially if you're a knowledge worker, is like, I'm a developer, so one of the best ways I could make money is to teach other people how to be a developer. And I'm just not interested in doing that. I'm just interested in learning and building. And if I was going to try to make money out of developing, it would either be as a freelancer or doing some sort of contract work, or by building software that I could sell to people. I'm far more interested in building a business or making money that way. Bolivian, the custom water loop was very old and some gunk buildup was causing thermal issues. So nice. This was a rebuild out of necessity. I haven't used SQLite much, but it is like a temporary DB in a text file, right? So it is a single file. Your database lives in a single file, but it's not really a temporary DB. I mean, you can do legitimate production things with the SQLite database. The places where SQLite falls down is typically when you're dealing with systems that need high concurrency and multiple users accessing the database at the same time. Particularly like when you're doing multiple concurrent writes to the database, that's typically where SQLite falls over. So it's not ideal if you want to run some sort of like multi-user, multi-tenant web application, right? Having your database in a text file or in a SQLite database is probably not ideal. You could probably get away with it if you're just doing a bunch of reads, but if you're doing some sort of interactive type of application where people are going to be inserting new rows and updating rows and things like that, it's probably not the right choice. But if you're just doing like a single, like kind of like what this website is, where all the database ever does is just hold payments, and there's not going to be a lot of high concurrent traffic because I'm a tiny little streamer that's not planning to have hundreds of people trying to give him money every minute of every day. It'll be fine, right? So it's more of like you got to understand your use case to understand if SQLite's a good fit or not. But SQLite, the thing about SQLite is it runs everywhere, man. Like SQLite's everywhere. People use SQLite databases all over the place. It comes baked into almost every OS. If you open up the operating system, likely on any machine, SQLite's probably there, and it's probably being used in some way, shape, or form. Bob, no, SQLite is a proper database, but it's not standalone like Postgres, MySQL, most others. It's part of your application process. There you go. It's a good way to think about it. Oblivion. I should probably go back to YouTube, but the mobile YouTube lags all the time for me. Oh, well, that's too bad. I wonder why. I wonder if maybe I just don't have good... I mean, I could really be putting my internet under load, considering what I'm doing from a stream's perspective. So if things are laggy for you guys ever, I apologize. On my side, all the information that I'm getting back about my streams looks like they're all fine. But if they're laggy, I do apologize. Block, I guess, is for mobile. You could use it for mobile, but you could use it for a lot of... I mean, you could use it a lot of different places. I'm remaking an app using SQLite, trying in Avalonia C#. Nice, Mr. E. That sounds like very cool. I have not used Avalonia, but I've heard a lot of good things about Avalonia. Oh, it's more the app issue. Okay. The app being janky. Alright. Well, yeah. I do apologize if my stream quality is ever really poor. I try to do the best I can with what I got. Sometimes YouTube doesn't help me out. Alright, so we've got our new database migrated, which is good. So now when we load our page, there isn't going to be anything there. Also, Bob's over on Twitch now. I love the fact that you guys jump around. So we don't have any donations. So let's go ahead and go through the flow just to give it a test. So we'll say this is a test with everything wired up. And we'll do buy card. I think it's so nice of Stripe to give us testing card numbers, you know? It's like a nice thing they considered. They're like, you know, developers should be able to test their shit. So let's make it relatively easy for them to test things. I appreciate that. As a quality engineer, I appreciate that a lot. Okay, your payment was successful. We appreciate your support. And if we return home, so we need to style this button, we can see our donation. Wonderful. Sweet. So I think the last bits of things we need to do for this to be ready to put someplace where people could use it is obviously we have to do like the Stripe secrets and whatnot, the actual production Stripe secrets, and set up update the deployment and everything. But in terms of the application, I think we have some styling to do. Like I want to replace this placeholder image with an actual proper image. And we need to style the button on the transaction page. Whoops, sorry. A lot of windows there. So let's do... Oh no, my music died. Delete this one. Should we get coffee though? I feel like we should probably... Let's get some coffee. Does that sound like a good plan? Yo, I just started streaming. Please accept me in Discord server. Hey, awesome, dude. Congratulations on starting your stream. I think that's fan-freaking-tastic. I would be happy to accept your Discord invite. Give me one sec.
Did we just become best friends?
Stu, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. I love text-to-speech. Text-to-speech makes me smile so much. That's like my favorite part of streams. Let's see, actually, I don't see you having applied. Stu. I don't have any memberships in the queue or applications in the queue. So I don't know. I would happily let you in, or not Stu, Command Bar. I would happily let you in, but I don't see anybody in there. Congratulations though on starting your stream, man. I think that's awesome. Steven, have you looked at the NVim plugin DadBod for querying databases? No, I haven't. That sounds really cool. Like a database viewer in NeoVim? Let's go. I'm all for that. Shit, let's set that up right now. DadBod? That's very fitting too for my stream. DadBod NeoVim. A modern database interface for Vim. The db command has a few different usages. All forms except URL is the first parameter. Plugins can provide their own URL. Is this hard to... Hold on. Is there a DadBod NeoVim plugin? Oh, this guy implemented a UI for it. Oh, that's pretty freaking cool. Dude, I'm so glad that I stream, because if I didn't stream, I would never think to look for this stuff and I would never find it. Here we go. I'm just going to use this one because it looks like this will set up the dependency. And it looks like it will also give me some UI components for it. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. It might be the okay, well, that's still, I mean, the DadBod UI uses the DadBod plugin, so you're on the right track for sure. Let's edit my NeoVim plugins. DadBod. I love that there is now a plugin in my NeoVim configuration called DadBod. I love that. DadBod is a crazy name. It is a crazy name, but it's also really, really fun, right? I mean, it's really, really fun. Your DB UI configuration. I think using nerd fonts is probably all I care about. So we have lazy. So what is this configuration option? FT SQL my. Oh, this is for autocomplete. I do use MongoDB quite a bit, so I wonder if there's a DadBod completion for Mongo. Oh, so I have to add it to my completion providers? Let's see, install it. I don't think I use Blink. I don't use Blink, I don't think. I use... So what's Vim? Hold on. Neo Vim. Sorry. Dad bod. Autocomplete. Steven, you've missed every Twitch message I sent. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me go back and look. We need channel point text-to-speech to get Steven's attention here. Does message highlight do that? Message highlight does it. That that worked. I'm sorry I missed your Twitch channels. Let me go back. Let's see, it lags, but also delay. Yeah. I think you missed a message I sent above as recommendation for Zuki lurking for getting. Oh, yep, I think I did. Hold on, why? I don't see your recommendations for him. Oh, your link got blocked on Twitch. Yeah, for whatever. Yeah, I think Twitch blocks your link because on my side it just showed up as 3 little stars. But that's my bad. Yeah, I missed your recommendations. I apologize. Mr. E, yeah, thanks. It's a bit different to WFP, which I was on before. A bit longer, but if it works cross-platform in the end, I'll be happy. Yeah, cross-platform functionality is such a value add for any framework you pick, right? Who wants to have to maintain 3 different code bases, right? A desktop, a mobile, iOS, and an Android. And then when you start talking about desktop, now you're talking about a couple different targets for desktop, right? Nobody wants to do that. No one's got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Coffee cam? I don't have the coffee cam set up anymore, but I can set up a coffee cam if you guys would be interested in that. Command bar, check your Discord server. Let me see. Oh, you're already in the Discord. Command bar. You're already there to begin with. I use LazyVim, which makes it press I to install, so not sure about proper setup. Yeah, I was curious about how I get the completion set up, but maybe I don't need to worry about that right now. I can just start with... I'm going to add a to-do here, though. Include in completions. How do you do comments in Lua? It's like hyphen, right? Okay, let's quit. Let's open, edit, in Vim config. And hopefully everything installs successfully. I'm used to messages being removed if link is blocked. That's on me for being hopeful. No, that's my bad. I completely missed that. All right, then how do I use this? So I install it. DBUI. Okay. So quit. I Hi. Oh, this is so cool. Enter connection URL. So the connection URL would be what would a SQLite connection URL look like for this? SQLite connection URL. I guess it's just data source equals. Open up the file, then execute command. Let's see. So SQLite. Just copy the path here. That is so freaking cool. Oh shoot, I just quit it. Damn it. Oh, whoopsies. Whoops daisy. That's so freaking cool. DBUI. Let's say I want to look at the payments. So how do I actually like view the data? This was a good recommendation, Bob. This was a good recommendation. Maybe I need to watch that Teach video. There's a command to run the query in the buffer and it splits to show the results. Okay, so let's see what it is.
And you get a random color scheme, all this stuff. Oh, so instead of doing theme songs, we'll do songs. You select star from, let's do, I don't know, we'll say theme songs. This is something that people have right now on Twitch on my thing, where if they're a subscriber, they play theme song. This is all for the one Mixery project that I showed last time, like where you do a random color scheme and you get a random color scheme, all this stuff. Oh, so instead of doing theme songs, we'll do we'll do effect ledger like this. And so if we run this, we can actually see, we'll do effect ledger like this. And so if we run,
I don't understand how he ran it. How did he run the command? I'm guessing that was in the part of the configuration that I put in there. And I just need to pay better attention. DBUI toggle, DBUI find buffer, DBUI add connection. Come on, this can't be this difficult to figure out how to run the freaking query. If this is set to 1, opening any table of the helpers will also automatically execute the query. Oh, well, I definitely want that, I think. I don't know why I would open one of those things with and not want to execute the query. Wait, my name on Twitch is Sice Streams. I don't. Why do you guys use different names everywhere? Just use the same name everywhere. Just kidding. Check the Discord server for my Twitch. Oh, nice. That's awesome, man. Although I don't see any videos. Have you actually streamed? Or did you just make a Twitch? Bob Knoll, he's too fast. Dude, TJ is very fast. TJ and the Primogen both are very, very fast. Like they think fast, they talk fast, they're clever, they're very like, and I'm not that way. I kind of talk slow and I'm methodical. But I still like watching those guys a lot, which is kind of funny. So let's do DB UI tables tables Oh, dude, that's baller. Although I don't like that. I almost wish. I mean, obviously I'm on a tiny little screen here, but I almost wish that this thing opened up in a full view. I'm sure there's I'm sure there's probably open toggle selected item, delete selected item, redraw, add connection, save currently open. Leader S is how you execute the query. Leader S. It would probably have been helpful if I had just opened the help documentation in the first place. That's pretty cool. Bob, thank you very much, dude. This is awesome. And so you can navigate it all just like you would. I love this. All right, cool. Well, I guess we'll close that. Close that. And then we'll do dashboard. And we'll that's very cool. I did a typo, sorry. I'm gonna stream. Okay, command bar. The first time you stream, be sure to paste your link in my Discord for people so that we know that you're live. I'm sure there's many of us here would love to support a fellow community member in their stream journey. Reddit says leader asked to run the query in the buffer. Nice. I wish I would have just, thank you, Bob, for going and finding that information. I wish I would have just looked at the help documentation the first time. Oblivious. My instinct would be to press F5. Yeah, press F5. I mean, if you're a Visual Studio user, you know about all about spamming F5 and Control B. Control B is also a common spam. Dad Bob, let's go. It is pretty cool, Stu. Yeah, I hadn't heard of it. Bob Knoll just told me about it today, and so hopefully I'll get more use out of it. All right, coffee time. We were gonna do coffee time, and then Bob was like, "Hey, you know what? There's a UI for NeoVim to look at databases, so let's do that instead." F5i might be PG admin brain for that. Fair enough. Fair enough. Bob Knoll, my bad. No, dude, you're good. That was a W for the stream. If I don't do anything else today on stream, that was a win for me. I mean, that's super selfish because I know you guys probably want me to actually do things other than just what is good for me, but but that was well worth firing up the stream today. That was a blast. Yeah, I love that. I love finding new tools. That's actually probably a bad trait. Like, I sometimes almost prefer learning about and using the tooling than actually doing the work. So I could lose days to fiddling with NeoVim configurations. I've been very proud of myself, though I haven't actually done that. I've been pretty disciplined about not fiddling with my NeoVim config too much, but I could definitely lose weeks at a time fiddling with it. All right, I'm gonna get a coffee. Maybe this would be a good time for you to get a coffee. If you're gonna leave because my chair is gonna be empty, I get it. There's no pressure to stick around. You're welcome to move on. But I am gonna go upstairs and get more coffee, and maybe this would be a good time for you to get a hot beverage as well. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I really need a haircut, don't I? Jesus, look at that hair. Bro, I don't compete with big streamers. Me neither, man. Me neither. Maybe some random viewers will join in. Hold on. What are we talking about? You can't stream over Steven's stream. Nobody will go. Dude, you should stream. I mean, I appreciate I appreciate what Bob says, but you should stream whatever you want to, man. You know. And the thing is, there's like how many people are on planet Earth now? There's like 9 billion or something. I mean, there's so many people on planet Earth that like you're gonna find an audience, right? Somebody is gonna find you and be like, I like this guy, right? There's how many? There's 8 billion people. There's 8 billion people on planet Earth. I guarantee you, if you start streaming, regardless of if it's at the same time as me or not, you're gonna find some folk who want to hang out with you. It may take a little bit, you know? I mean, like the first 2 months I streamed, it was just me in an empty room talking to myself. So don't put a lot of pressure on yourself to have like a huge audience. I mean, even me now, I only have like 20-something viewers at a time, usually. So don't put a ton of pressure on yourself. Crew, did YouTube just hit me with three consecutive ads? Oh, that sucks. That sounds more like a Twitch experience to me, crew. All right. Chat's quiet, so we're back to coding. Now I have to remember what we were doing. So we moved the database. We have the card. We have the donations presented in cards as a list. we need to style the button. That's what we're going to do. So on the client, whenever a card is successful, we have a link to return home. So I'm going to do class equals return home link. Oh, we're in React, so we can't use class. We have to say class name because React is special. Class name. And let's open up apps.cs. Let's jump down here to say dot return home link. See what Copilot comes up with. Copilot's a pretty good designer. It's pretty good with the CSS. So now we need to actually get to that place in our site. So let's submit another payment. So we'll say name is going to be Kelsey. Amount is going to be some weird amount. Let's do 765.67. Oh, I can't do increments. I can only do dollar increments. That's probably fine. And then do buy. Then card number. Yeah, I like that. Return home. Yeah, that looks nice. And there's our donation. Cool. So I noticed there was a little bit of loading though. Did you guys see that? Whenever I submitted my payment, there was like a moment in time where the payment was happening. And it looked weird. It was like it was small because it was like a small message and then it went big into the card. So we need to change, we need to fix that. What AI setup in your Copilot? Am new to Copilot. What? I think I don't actually know because I'm guessing it's whatever the default is. I don't think this plugin lets me select a model. So if I go to Copilot, I don't think I can actually select a model here. Or if you can, I didn't know you could. Copilot setup. Yeah, I guess whatever the default. I don't know what the default completion model is, but help. I really don't know if this is the best plugin, but this is the plugin I've been using. Set Copilot file types, Copilot enabled, Copilot node command, let's see, proxy. Looks like you can map particular key maps, but it doesn't look like it can set the model. So I don't actually know what model it's using. In VS Code, I typically use 4.5 Haiku as the chat model. But the completion model, I don't even know if you can pick that or select that. I could be wrong. Let's see. Copilot select completion model. Changing the AI model for Copilot inline suggestions. So you can switch the AI model that's used for Copilot inline suggestions if an alternative model is currently available. You are using the latest release of VS Code with the latest version of the GitHub Copilot extension. Yeah, I honestly don't know, man. Which payment gateway to use? We're using Stripe. That's the whole point of this is the whole point of this project is to use Stripe to do this. Change completion. There you go. So I'm guessing it's 4.5 because this is what VS Code is showing that it uses. So I'm guessing my that Vim plugin uses something very similar. But it doesn't even look like I can change the completion here because I only see Copilot available as an option. So I'm just going to say I'm using 4.5. Wrap it with a loading spinner. Yeah, I don't know if I'll wrap it with a loading spinner. I think I might just stick it in the card so it doesn't flash like that. I actually what I think I might do is I don't think it needs to always display loading. I think it only needs to display loading if it takes a certain, like if it takes longer than a second for the payment to complete, it probably doesn't need, if it takes less than a second for the payment to complete, it probably doesn't need to display loading, honestly. We also have an issue that we haven't displayed what happens when we get an error. So we should probably take care of that, right? So if data.status equals error, we should probably display something like that. Okay, so I don't like how this thing is like changing its size. So what should probably happen is this should be out, the loading thing should be a separate thing. Right? So what I'm thinking is we should actually do something like this, where we say if status is loading, we just return a completely different thing. Then we don't need this here. we can just do this. And then instead of that, let's do something like processing your payment. We're not really processing it though, are we? We're getting the intent. We're basically getting the result. So maybe it's like loading checking payment status. There you go. And then I think I would like a loader in there. Why does it still have the background though? Oh, because of that. Class name equals payment confirmation loading. And then we'll put this in a span. And then we'll put a div class name spinner. Payment confirmation loading. Let's see. Payment spinner. Okay, I like the spinner, but I don't like that this is colored. I think this should just be white. Man, Copilot's such a good designer. Let's see. Don't change the text color, but do make an animation called at keyframes. We're gonna spin. There we go. The thing is, though, that's gonna flash like really quick. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be, like, really abrupt. It's going to, like, flash that message, and then it's going to immediately show the card, which is going to look kind of ugly, I think. So this should only show when it's loading. I love it. It's working, man. This is actually starting to look like like a page. Maybe text is excessive in the spinner. It could be. I kind of like the text though. I kind of like, because I also think it's kind of fun sometimes to like show funny messages with loading states. I kind of like it when websites have humor, so I'm gonna leave the text. But I agree, it probably is. It probably isn't necessary. So why aren't you using Tailwind? Uh, it's funny how often that question comes up when people see me writing vanilla CSS. Let's see. Why am I not using Tailwind? I just don't think. I think Tailwind is overkill for what I'm doing with this project. I think if it was me working on a team of developers on something, Tailwind makes a lot of sense because I think when you're writing vanilla CSS, it's really easy to basically write the same class multiple times, if that makes sense. And so you end up with styling, spread out all over the place and duplicated all over this place. So I think Tailwind makes a lot of sense when you're dealing with multiple people. Even something like Bootstrap, just some sort of utility first framework for CSS, I think makes a lot of sense in that scenario. But I think for one-man band operations like myself, I think vanilla CSS is fine. The secondary reason why I use vanilla CSS in my side projects is knowing how to use CSS in general is an important skill to me. I want to remember what CSS actually is and not just a bunch of class names. So I think making sure that I use my side projects as an opportunity to write CSS is a good thing. So I guess that's the second. The first reason is I think Tailwind's overkill for what I'm doing. The secondary reason is I want to stay relevant and good at CSS. I don't just want to know, for Tailwind, use this class name, but that's only applicable for Tailwind. I still want to understand the underlying CSS myself so I can take that knowledge wherever I go. But Tailwind's a great framework. Bootstrap's a great framework. I got no shade there. Himanshu, I hope you reach 100K soon and show them to your kids. Yeah, I do too, man. It'd be a blast. It took me 8 years to reach 10K, so it's probably, I won't reach 100K till I'm, what, 9 or 100 and something. If I continue at that pace, it'll be a long time before I reach 100K. Gushtan, how do you structure a React project? Well, the structure I'm using right now is pretty simplistic because I don't really have a lot of complexity here. I just have my source folder and everything lives in the source folder. I think if I was to say one thing I might change differently here is I might have a components directory and move some of these in there. But typically I'd have probably like a components directory, maybe a services directory or a hooks directory. Sometimes with React, I tend to organize things more by concern than by feature. Like instead of more of a vertical slice, it's more like, oh, these are hooks, these are components. But I know some people like to organize their stuff by feature. So they'd put like all the payment related things together, payment service, payment components. They put that all in one directory. I'm not too opinionated on it. I think you do what makes sense for you and makes sense for your project. And if you're working for somebody else, then you follow what they dictate. I think as long as you have if you have good rationale for doing what you're doing, I think you're fine, right? Like if someone asks you why are you doing what you're doing and you've got an explanation for it and it's rational and it's logical and it makes sense, I think it's fine. But if somebody makes a better argument, I'm happy to change. There's a saying. What is it? Strong opinions loosely held. Right. That's, I think, a good way to approach your life and approach your thoughts as a developer. Is, I have strong opinions. Here's those opinions based on this reasoning. But if somebody offers me new information, I'm very happy to drop those old opinions, pick up new ones. Does React self-structure like Angular? I actually don't know I don't know what self-structure means. I've never used Angular before, crew. I would guess not, because based on all the Angular projects I've seen, Angular seems to have a very prescriptive architecture that React to me doesn't. Wilo Gamers Pro. Subscribers grow exponentially? I don't know about that. I just don't find myself particularly entertaining, right? But I've been very excited to find other people online who want to talk about programming and technology. That's been a lot of fun to do. So, I don't know if my channel will continue to grow, but I'm really happy with the people I have here right now that show up every morning and hang out with me on stream. It's a lot of fun. I look forward to it every day. Crew, you can basically init project and then init components, while Angular uses kind of strict way of structuring stuff. Okay, yeah, so that's kind of that same kind of Laravel type where you can do like what's the command in Laravel, like sail or something like that, or is that Ruby? But basically this idea of like scaffolding out things for you and putting them in the right places in the right directory. Yeah, React doesn't really have anything like that. I don't think Vue does either. Sir Van Goofy. I personally really like using Vue in my personal projects. What do you think about it? Oh, I love Vue, Sir Van Goofy. We're actually, me and you are on the same page. The last year, that's why my React knowledge is so rusty, is because for the last year and a half, I haven't done anything in React. It's all been in Vue. I don't know why we picked React for this project. We just did. It was like we just reached in the bag. I think we opened that Vite starter template with all the different options, and then we just picked. We're like, oh yeah, okay, let's do React. So yeah, I would agree. Vue is pretty baller. I think my favorite thing about Vue is I like the DI approach in Vue. That whole like, what is it, inject. There's two different methods, one for registering and then one for injecting it in the component. I really like that approach for the DI. Himashu, I'm completely confused. I'm trying to work back in chat, guys. I know I fell behind. I'm trying to catch up. Crew, you are using OpenAI Force 4.0 if you left it at default. Yeah, then that's probably what I'm using. There you go. Wow, Windows terminals have pane modes. Windows Terminal does have pane modes, but the panes you see on screen right now is from NeoVim. But you can do pane modes in Windows Terminal. So like you can do, let's see, you can do, oh, you guys can't see my screen, one sec. Windows Terminal does have panes, so you can do things like split pane down, and then you can also go back up to the top and do split pane right, and you can continue to split your panes to your heart's content. However it best works for you. Crew, you can change it if you have GitHub Premium, pretty much. Oh, nice. Well, I have Copilot, but I guess I have to get a higher level. I guess I have to get Copilot Premium Plus or something to change it, huh? Stu, do you have any concerns over the MS recall feature, DD in Windows 11? But I don't have any necessarily concerns over it, but didn't they pull that? They haven't actually launched that, have they, Stu? Sure, you can, yeah. I don't know, so yeah, I don't know if I have any concerns about recall, but I don't think they actually launched it. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong.
Did we just become best friends?
Sorry, that was a test on my part. Whoopsies, my bad. choose check status, dis online, get feature info, feature name recall. Okay, I'm always sus about running commands from strangers on the internet, but I'll live dangerously today. Are you using WSL? I do use WSL, but mainly I use WSL just to support Docker desktop. I don't really actually use it for like day-to-day programming and coding. On my machine, I usually just stay on the Windows side for all my local development. If I really want to go do Linuxy things, I almost always just SSH into one of my servers and do stuff over there. Drecker, I know you get asked this a lot, and I know you don't care about this question, but do you think Claude Code or AI in general is going to take over jobs, or just a tool for programmers? Oh, that's okay. Hey, man, you never need to preface your questions. You're always entitled. I mean, I'm streaming in a public place, so it's a public chat. Like you never have to preface your question like that, man. Fire away. And I'm happy to talk about these things. I know the other day I said like I'm kind of burnt out on the AI conversation, and I am. I mean, that's me being honest, but I'm always happy to kind of share my thoughts. That's never going to change. So if you have a question, feel free to pipe it into the chat. I'll do my best to try to address it. So I think I'm somewhere in the middle. I think companies have spent so much money on these AI tools, these basically what are going to basically amount to licenses, right? There is some big line item somewhere on a lot of companies' balance sheets for software related to AI tooling. And so I think what you're going to end up seeing happen is either companies need to be able to justify that additional spend through increases in revenue, which I think is the case in some cases, but not the majority of cases. I think in the majority of cases, the increase in developer productivity is going to be difficult to flow through directly into revenue for the company. And so I think what's going to happen is when the bean counters, which is kind of a derogatory term towards finance and accounting folks, I don't think of them in a negative light, but when the finance and accounting folks get in there and they start looking and they start saying, hey, we're spending X dollars a year on these tools for developer productivity, and we can't map that, we can't justify that spend in additional revenue, I think businesses are going to start looking at, well, how do we justify it in terms of efficiency gain, which is just code, which is just corporate speak for how do we reduce headcount in a lot of cases, right? So how can we justify we're spending X dollars more in code and we've reduced headcount or salary or benefits expenses by X count? So I do think there's going to be some job impact because of AI. I don't think it's directly tied to AI. I think it's more tied to companies investing in AI tools, hoping to pick up something, and then they're going to have to fall back to the easier thing of cutting expenses. I think that's where the job takeover, the job loss is going to come from. But I do think at its best, AI at the moment is just going to be a tool for programmers. You know, it's going to make programmers who are great programmers even better, right? And I think that's why so many of the killer use cases for AI right now are aimed at software engineers, right? You don't see people trying to replace journalists or writers because again, like replacing some of those other knowledge workers is kind of a hot button potato issue. Like, let's go replace all the journalists with AI journalists. Like, that's not going to go over very well. But let's replace some software engineers with AI. Like that, people I think are more okay with that. So that's my thought, Dreckers. I think it's a little of both. There's probably going to be some job impact. It's not going to get rid of everybody, and it will definitely be a tool for programmers. Syod, AI is going to make cybersecurity people so rich, in my opinion. It might. I mean, I guess if you're vibe coding a lot of stuff that's insecure, and so cyber people are in more demand, maybe. Stu, we are expecting our engineers include AI in their workflows and demonstrate it. Well, that's cool. I don't think that's a bad requirement, especially if your company is spending money on those tools. You probably should mandate engineers use them. What do you think about prompt engineering as a job in the market? I don't know if prompt engineering by itself is a job, but it's definitely a skill, right? So I think again, this is all financially driven. You got to follow the money. If a company has sold a bunch of licenses for a tool and they're paying a lot of money, they're gonna force that tool down upon their workforce. Like, we're investing thousands of dollars on this thing. We need you guys to use it. Which means that then there's going to be an expectation of the people that are employed to be able to use the tool effectively, which then means prompt engineering or context engineering becomes a valuable skill. I don't think it's a job in and of itself, but I think it becomes a value. It becomes sort of like being able to use Excel or sort of being able to use Word. You need to know how to talk to an LLM. You need to know how to speak to an LLM to get favorable results. But I don't think in and of itself it's a job, probably. And if it is in and of itself a job, it's for a small amount of time, probably. My personal take is the entire agentic coding is a huge hype train. A simple 100 Anthropic or maybe 20 Google subscription per engineer or small team is enough to get the predictable and repetitive code done and dusted. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. Crew, journalists use AI to write slob already. So you can go ahead and replace them. Drecker, I appreciate your opinion, brother. Of course, yeah, I'm always happy to share it. I don't know if they're good opinions or bad opinions, but they're what I think at the moment, and they change all the time. I guess what I try to ground myself is in the fact that the world changes much slower than people want it to, right? I mean, there's such a long tail to technology. There's such a long tail to just the world and the way people do their work that I don't think there's going to be this wave where like you wake up tomorrow and all of a sudden it's a wasteland of AI out there. I think maybe, in 40 years, 50 years, do things look really, really different? Probably. Do things look really different in the next 10 years? That I'm less optimistic about. Sogo. Hello, how goes it, Sogo? Did you get a new account? Because your profile picture looks weird. Also, good to see you, man. I've been instantly stopping a read if I feel like a blog or journalist use AI to write it. It's genuinely a foul experience to read. I would agree with that. Totally agree with that. I think the worst place right now for AI authorship is LinkedIn. A lot of people are writing LinkedIn posts with AI and trying to pass it off as their own, which is the problem I have with it, which is like, I don't mind that people use AI to write stuff, but when you try to kind of pass it off as like you authored the thing, you should probably add some little note in there that's like, this was authored with the help of Gemini or something, some little preface or disclaimer. Because I think oblivious, a lot of readers have an aversion to it like you. They smell it or they feel it or they sense it, and so they back off. And I think if you just openly disclose the fact that like, hey, I used AI, so if it doesn't totally sound like me, that's why. Command bar, I'm streaming. Are you really? Hold on. Give me one sec. Let me. Kudos. If you really are, hold on. I gotta get to a place where I can see your Twitch again. Let's go. Way to go, man. There you go. I gave you a follow, and I'm gonna drop a few comments, but then I'm gonna go back to my stream. But that's awesome, dude. Good for you, dude. So many people say they're gonna do shit and then they never do it. So good on you for saying you're gonna do something and following through with it. That's badass. Good morning, Danny. Good to see you. There was an article recently where they included the chat GPT. Let me know if you want to include any changes. Neither the author or editors caught it. Yeah. I had a similar situation at work recently where I was reviewing a document that somebody definitely had used, I think, Gemini to author it. And Gemini had, I would guess at some point, Gemini had spit in a bunch of footnotes. and the footnotes got removed, but the little superscripts for the footnotes in the document itself the person didn't scrub those. So it was very clear that like this was generated from somewhere, and then they went through and like removed artifacts from it, but like left those superscripts for the footnotes, and I was like, yeah, I don't know about this. Zayad, when did you start taking interest in coding? I would say I probably started taking an interest in coding when I was in college. So in 2014, the fall of 2014, I took programming 1 as an elective to fill out my credit hours so I could be considered full-time. You have to have, here in the States, you have to have, I think, 12 credit hours per semester to get full-time status. And then I took programming 2 in the spring as well, and I loved it. I had so much fucking fun. And if I hadn't been a senior in college, if I hadn't been at the very end of my biochemistry degree, I probably would have changed my major then, because I had so much fun in those classes. But I was already kind of well down a path. And so I took those classes, and then I didn't really touch programming again until 2018. Is when I started toying with the idea of making a career change, and I took a course from Duke University on the basics of web development, like very simple web development stuff. And then I didn't get serious again about coding until the spring of 2021, like maybe fall of 2020, spring of 2021. I started getting really serious about learning to code, and then since probably the spring of 2021, I've written probably 4 hours of code every day since then. So it's been an evolution for sure. Slow boiling. Somewhere I do really like AI's writing for Git commit messages. I like my messages to be short, concise. Sometimes I forget how many things are staged. Commit messages are a great use case for AI. Couldn't agree with you more. I use it all the time. VS Code has like a little magic button. I don't know if you've guys seen that in VS Code. There's like a little magic button on the UI. I need to figure out how to recreate that in NeoVim, but if you go to, let's see, source control. Oh, I guess I need to open a repo. Visual Studio has the same thing. Let's just open Advent of Code. Yeah, this guy right here, this little magic button. I use that all the time. Like put what files you want in this commit, and then click that little button, and it'll generate you a nice commit message you can edit. I like that. Need to figure out how to do it in the terminal. I usually just do git diff and then copy that into a chat interface and say, give me a commit message for this diff. Let's see. David Bailey. Good morning, David Bailey. Good to see you. Fave language and why? I love C#, and I love C# because C# the way I said that didn't sound right. C# is such a good language because I feel like C# makes it easy to write good code and performant code without really having to think about it too much. It's also it has very high utility. You can use it to do a lot of things. CLIs, front ends, back ends, everything you want to do with it, you can. It's got a great ecosystem, large number of packages. It's always being iterated on. There's a new version of C# that comes out every year. They're always adding features to it. You can do both functional stuff and object-oriented stuff in it. So it's kind of like, for me, it's C#, TypeScript, Go, Python is kind of where I'm at. And Rust is off to the side right now. I'm trying to learn Rust. So at some point, Rust is going to get slotted into that hierarchy. But that's where I'm at the moment. Good morning, Gosling. How are you? Sogo, yeah, new account so I can get YouTube Premium cheap for a year. Nice. Well, welcome, Sogo. Welcome, new Sogo. The problem with AI is that it's going to remove all entry-level boilerplate jobs, like most beginner web devs. Yeah, I think maybe at first, but I think we're gonna reach an inflection point where we sort of realize that's a problem. Like you gotta have early in career people in any industry. That's just the industry pays that price. You have to pay a tax to bring in new people into any industry, because without the new people, you don't have experienced people 10, 20 years down the line. So if you stop hiring and you stop mentoring and you stop educating early in career folk, you're eventually going to end up in a huge imbalance between the needs of the industry and the people available to do that work, right? I mean, we're seeing that right now in the United States, where people are trying to bring chip fabrication back to the United States, but a lot of the knowledge, experience, and expertise to do that type of manufacturing is no longer here in the United States, right? So whenever you do stuff like this, where you stop investing into a particular industry in terms of the workforce, at some point you pay the price, right? That's a bad long-term decision. Unless you really do believe that, like, AI, the scaling laws are going to hold, and AI is only going to get better, and then you're going to eventually be able to replace all the seniors with AI, and then every work is replaced with AI, which I'm not sure that's actually the case based on my experience, but I'm happy to be proved wrong. It's okay. I'm okay with being wrong. Last semester, I took 21 credits in comp sci. I'm never doing that again. I almost died, literally. That sounds awful. 21 credits of anything sounds awful. Is leak code worth it, or is building projects better? I have never been a big leak coder myself. I've done code wars quite a bit, but not much leak code. And the most leak code-like stuff I do every year is advent of code. The rest of the time, I just build projects because that's way more fun. And I have something at the end of the day that I can talk about and I can show. And a lot of the times, I build projects that solve problems for myself. So at the end of everything, I have software that I can actually use, and that makes my life better, rather than just having a bunch of solved leak codes. But it's your life, right? So if you prefer spending your coding time every day doing leak code stuff, more power to you. It's just not my favorite thing to do. Crew, I don't know if NeoVim can work commits like that. Probably with some Git plugin, but not sure. Yeah, I would like to experiment with that. Maybe there's a plugin opportunity for us there to create something that generates commit messages like that. Basically, it would be nice if you just could open up a pane, right? And then you do your git diff, and then have some pre-written prompt, and the LLM kind of spits back out in that pane the commit message, and then you could edit it. Maybe that's a lazy git feature, right? Because that's what I've been using a lot in NeoVim these days. Is I have a plugin now that lets me open lazy git in NeoVim. So maybe we need to open up an issue for lazy git that's like add the ability to generate, whenever you do something like commit here, somewhere in here, if you have like the Copilot CLI installed or something, you could ask it to generate fill this in with a commit summary. I think that'd be kind of cool. Just seems like there should be something like that for the command line. Okay, this was the one that I missed earlier. Himashu, and completely confused, not able to learn Python because no one teaches how internals work. What should I do? I'm a beginner and I can't and don't like to mug up things. Well, you're gonna mug up things, man. That you have to get over that, Himashu. Like, as an like Mark Rober, there's a Mark Rober interview. Let me get it for you. Let me get it for you. I just watched it yesterday. I shared it on my YouTube channel, and sent it to both my kids, and I told both my sons to watch it. They're big Mark Rober fans, and I'm a big Mark Rober fan. And I was like, you guys need to listen to this podcast and really pay attention to what, because Mark Rober is way more cool to them than I am to them. So they're more likely to take his messages than my own. Let me see if I can find it. Mark Rober, Chris Williamson interview. Yeah, here we go. Rimashu, you're on vertical, aren't you? Here you go. At Himashu. There you go. Check out that interview with Mark Rober. He'll drop some really good nuggets in there. But one of the things he says in this interview is he basically says you got to stop worrying so much about building the right thing the first time. Like engineers embrace prototyping and iteration. So you've got to be okay with breaking stuff and messing up and starting again and doing that over and over and over. That's how you solve problems, right? That's how you figure things out. So you've got to be okay with the fact that you're not going to one-shot everything. That's really important. As far as learning Python, I think the best Python, like the best actual Python course for beginners is Python for Everybody by Dr. Chuck. So at Himashu, this go here, py4e.com. That's the best place for learning Python, in my opinion, as a beginner. I don't think you need to understand the internals of Python to learn Python, but that's my approach. Oh, whoops, I just put that in all the chats. My bad. Sorry, I meant to just put that to... Let me delete that real quick. That's confusing. But that would be my advice. My first piece of advice is kind of get over mugging things up. You're gonna mug stuff up. That's just part of it. And then go learn from Dr. Chuck. Sorry, I missed a bunch of messages. I have my own style of commit messages, so I'm stuck just doing it all in the CLI. That's fair. That's fair. But it'd be nice if you could kind of codify the generation of those commit messages for the AI. So C# is the Java of C++. Okay. I've never heard that before, but okay. Bob, no, Rust Arc Win, preferably sooner than later. We could start learning Rust tomorrow. Would you guys like to pivot the stream to start learning Rust? We can start that tomorrow. Rust changes programming paradigm in order to make it work. Interesting. I haven't heard that expressed either. But I don't know enough Rust, I think, to be able to fully evaluate that statement. Gosling, do you stream every day? I do. So if you're enjoying the stream, my schedule, I'll just put the schedule in all the chats. I usually stream from 4:15 a.m. Central Standard Time to 7 a.m. That's when I normally stream. What are your favorite projects you made? I think, Zayed, my favorite project from this past year was I built a background removal tool in the CLI. That's been very, very handy. I also built a tool that helps me take my stream content and figure out what clips I can take from it to make shorts videos. That was a very helpful project. I built a Discord bot this year on stream. That was a lot of fun to do. We had to manage a really complex stateful connection with the Discord API. That was a lot of fun. Bob Knoll, there's a streamer, I think, Dreams of Code, who made an AI Git summary generator. Ooh, well, that's right up my alley. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So could we just have a NVim plugin that wraps the AI Git summary generator? That would be perfect. Ooh, Oblivious just offered you some help there, Himashu. Oblivious is a good. She showed me her agentic workflow. She would be a good resource to lean on if she's willing to walk you through Python. Himashu, man, you're so good. You're so caring for your chat, WC. I don't know if I'm so good, and I don't know how caring I am, but I try to interact with people here on the internet the same way I would if we were in person, right? I just try to treat you guys like I would if you were in person. Gosling, I love Mark Rober. Mark Rober's the best, man. I aspire to be Mark Rober when I grow up. I actually am going to buy his hack pack. Have you guys seen the hack pack that he released? I think that's going to be a very cool thing. It's like basically like a robotics hack pack. Mark Rober. I think it's like $300 for the year, but I'm definitely going to buy it. It looks like a ton of fun. I think it's $66 per box, or you can, if you pay annually, or it's like $80 a month or something like that. But I'm definitely getting one of these. It looks like so much fun. Ari Russ, can we buy you a coffee over the internet yet? Not yet. So hopefully we'll be done with that project today. My plan is to spend all today working on this Stripe API project and get it deployed today. That's my plan. Rust is definitely a 180 degree. It makes you giddy when you get things working. Well, I look forward to that then. I very much look forward to that. When I get kids, I will 100% get them backpack or hack packs. I'm so grateful for my parents getting me technical toys when I was younger. Yeah, they have. So they have actually. He has a couple different things. My kids have asked for his Crunch. He has like a Crunch Labs. That's the company, but he has a couple different boxes like this. He has one for like 6 and under. Creative Kit is for 6 and under, I think, or 6 to 10. Then he has the build box, which is for 8 to 13, and then he has the hack pack, which is like for everybody ages over 14. But yeah, I would agree. Technical toys, W for technical toys. But for me as an adult, I think I would get the most interest out of doing the hack pack, and I think both of my boys are old enough now that we could actually do the hack pack together, and they'd get something out of it. And we'd get to work on a project together. So I'm definitely going to buy this. I've got this actually sitting in my cart on my phone. It's good stuff. Let's see. Coffee today, Rust tomorrow. I just want you to do your Rust arc while I'm still awake at this ungodly hour to catch your streams. Sure, we can start working through Rust tomorrow. I'd be fine with that. It'd probably start with the Rust programming language book is what we'd start with, I would imagine. Kurt Kennedy, my first soldering iron. I don't think I've never done any soldering before, so it'd be a first for me to deal with any of that stuff. Oblivious. I'm teaching my kids calculus the second they plop out. Now, wouldn't that be a post-maternity photo shoot, or post-birth photo shoot? Is you educating the baby on calculus? Drecker, man, I just want to be like you when I hit the 30s. Oh, I appreciate that, man. I don't know if my life is particularly aspirational, but it is my life, and I'm very grateful for it. I love my kids, and I love my wife, and I'm very lucky to be able to finally have a job that I actually enjoy in an industry that I have a lot of fun in. I don't know how long that will last for now with AI. So if AI comes for all of our jobs, I guess I'll have to figure out something else. Maybe I'll have to go back to being a food scientist or something. But I'm enjoying this season of life. I'm very much enjoying. Yeah, I'm very much enjoying it. That sucks. In Serbia, it's 14:30. Preparing lunch and watching stream. Well, that's awesome. I think this is perfect timing for you. It's 7:38 my time. AI is coming for giving birth. That made me laugh. Apparently, China made a robot that can carry a child. That's unbelievable. I don't know if any of you are Chinese, but all the news I always hear of coming out of China from a technical perspective is they're always pushing like the bleeding edge of everything, which is just, it's awesome. It's awesome. Kurt Kennedy, hardware freelancing for festive decorations seems like a good business. It does kind of seem like a good business. I see all those videos of people who wire up Christmas lights to do, you know, like light shows with music and stuff. And there's I'll tell you, there's a bunch of people in the neighborhoods where I live, Kirk. They all hire people to put up their lights. None of them put up their lights themselves, which is, I don't know, it's kind of an L in my opinion. But if people are willing to hire people to put up lights, I gotta imagine there's an upsell opportunity there where you start a business where maybe you hire some high school kids or some college age kids if you don't want to do it yourself, but you build a business based on the lights, decorating the lights, hanging the lights. But then there's an upsell opportunity where you do, like you said, like advanced decorations, right? Or like advanced implementations of Christmas lights on top of it as like a huge premium upsell. Seems like there's a business there. Doesn't sound like it's the business I'd want to run, but sounds like there could be a business. Kittleson, what part of food science did you work in? So I was primarily a product developer. So the company, I can give you a little sneak peek. It's not really a sneak peek, but I worked for a company called Ajinomoto, and specifically I worked for Ajinomoto North America. So Ajinomoto is a Japanese organization. They're very famous for inventing MSG and commercializing MSG. The brothers who started the company, I believe it's a brother, or at least one gentleman who started the company, was the original creator of MSG, and so then they commercialized it. But my role was specifically in developing coated appetizers, so think like cheese sticks, onion rings, and then pot stickers was the two product lines that I worked on. And so it's Ajinomoto North America Frozen Foods, I think is Ajinomoto Foods, maybe that's it. So this was the company that I worked for. And so my job was essentially to work with customers from ideation to commercialization. So my job was to take an idea that somebody had, develop it on the bench, and then scale it into production. And I did that for 6 years, right around 6 years, almost 7 years. And it was a lot of fun. I even got to be part of a brand new manufacturing plant. We built a manufacturing plant from the ground up in my hometown in Joplin, Missouri, which was really cool to be a part of because it's not very common for people to build brand new plants. A lot of times people will purchase existing plants and either retrofit them or update them, but to actually get to be part of like going ground up, setting new equipment, all that, it was a really, really cool experience. John Liu, they push the bleeding edge of spyware. Oh, China does? My perception is they push the bleeding edge of everything. Zayed, do you think having two majors so you can study two stuff at once just in case the other one doesn't work out, you can have an alternative job? I don't think you need to have two majors. I think having one degree is plenty. I think in most cases a degree is more of a cosign in today's world, right? I think so many people don't end up getting jobs in the fields they major in that I don't think it's that important. I think having a degree is really nice because it opens up a lot of doors. I don't think you have to have a degree, but having a degree opens up a lot of doors. What that degree in, I don't think matters a ton unless you want to go on and do some sort of like, master's, PhD, or like some post-professional training, like becoming a doctor, a lawyer, right? Those types of things. Then the degree kind of matters. But I don't know if I would, the level of effort you would have to put forward to get two majors, especially if they're two majors that don't overlap a lot, like if they're very distinct, like a history major and a biochem major, right? Then I don't think it's probably worth the effort, in my opinion. What age is high school again? I'm too European for this. High school in the United States is like 13, 14 to 18 here in the United States, John Lou. Kurt Kennedy, Christmas lights and food science reminds me of the Lampoon Family Christmas and the cereal Crispinator. Good recall, Kirk. Good recall. MSG is the peak of food. It's why we like a lot of the food we like, honestly. It's why we all like chips, because they sprinkle a little bit of MSG on there. We like that umami flavor. Willie, where do you recommend to start for anyone interested in food science? You're probably, if you want to get into food science, you probably are going to need a degree. Like, it's a pretty small world. At least in the United States, it's a pretty small world. Like, you're going to need some sort of technical degree, chemistry, biology, specifically a food science degree. Like if you go to Oklahoma State or the University of Arkansas or Kansas State, these schools that have really good food science programs, University of Missouri has a good, go to one of those schools. And like, if that's what you want to do is you want to work in food science, go to school, work, get one of those degrees, preferably go to the cheapest option. You will be so plugged in and connected in the network, the food science world, it will be so much easier to get into the world. It's kind of a small world. Like everyone sort of kind of knows everyone because the industry is pretty centralized and concentrated. So it's actually a pretty small world. But yeah, I think it'd be difficult to break into the world without having some sort of technical, like some sort of scientific technical background. It's going to be kind of difficult to get your foot in the door. Kittleson, you had me at pot stickers. The pot sticker line was a lot of fun, especially gyoza. Like I like pot stickers that have like a really thin wrapper on them. Those are my favorite types of pot stickers. Crew, I plan every year to go to Austria to check out their outlets, but I always steer away into going anywhere else. I would like to visit Austria. I've never been to Europe, so maybe if I ever get over there, I'll make a trip to Serbia and make a trip to Austria. Sir Van Goofy, I was a mechatronic technician and switched to software development 3 years ago. Let's see how long this run will go. Well, Sir Van Goofy, me and you then are kindred spirits. We're both career switchers, and we're both trying to see how long we can make this work. I always say, based on current financial projections, if everything stays the way it is, I need 20 more years, around thereabouts, plus or minus, about 20 years of work. So I'll be 52 before I can really say work is optional. So if I could just get like 20 more years of doing what I do currently, I'd be happy, right? 20 more years before AI makes me completely obsolete, I'm okay with that. What happens after I'm done working, I don't really care too much about. Kurt Kennedy, in my opinion, the only important thing for bachelors is an engineering accreditation or lab experience for bio lab work. Everything else is knowing someone's certs or portfolio. It really helps a lot. It really helps a lot to have a really and that's why I say, like, in the food science world, it's very helpful to be plugged into one of those degree programs, because what I noticed as somebody who didn't come from the food science background, I got a degree in biochemistry and lucked into getting the job I got. But all the other food scientists I interacted with, and a lot of the people in the food, the sales people, the operational people and management, like when I would talk to these folks, a lot of them came from the same like 10, 12, 13, 14 different universities. And a lot of them had like a veterinary background or a food science background or animal science background, or like they all kind of knew about each other's program and stuff. So it seemed like it was kind of a small world. And so I think that's probably the best path to get involved in it if you want to be involved in it. Kittleson, everyone works for Tyson, Cargill, and a few other small world. Exactly. That's exactly what I mean, Kittleson. Like it is. Especially like in the meat world, Tyson, Cargill, and that Brazilian meat manufacturer, I forget the name of them, but man, that's it. Like, you want to work in meat science, you want to work in animal science, you're probably going to end up at one of those three companies. There's just, the other big one is National Steak and Poultry. That's a big producer. But yeah, there's the meat science, or the meat science world is even smaller than the food science world. It's pretty wild. Willie, I see. Thanks. It was always a mysterious field for me. It is a weird field. Like, a lot of people don't talk about it a lot, but it's such an important field too, right? These people are the folks who work on the things we put in our mouths every day. Zayed, do you think learning to code at like a young age is the same as going to college? I don't think they're the same, right? They're definitely not the same. I don't think you, though, to be a successful programmer and coder, I don't think you need to go to college. I mean, that's been proven out long before I showed up on the scene. I think college is a dubious proposition. Like, I have two sons. I'm a 32-year-old dad of two. I have a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old. And so I'm constantly wrestling with what do I advise them to do when they reach that age, right? And right now, my mind's pretty made up that I'm not going to encourage either of my kids to go to college if they have to take out debt to do it. So I'm going to tell them straight up, like, do not go to school if you're going to take out a loan to do it. You need to say, if you want to go to college, that's fine, but you need to pay for it out of pocket, in full. If that means you work for 3 or 4 years outside of high school to get ready to do that, that's what you do. But I think taking out loans for the degree, not worth it. The other piece of advice, if they want to do college, is you need to go to a school that's cost effective. So don't go to the University of Missouri and get a business degree. Don't do that. If you want to get a business degree, go to the local community college and get a bachelor's of business for, a quarter of the price of what you'll get charged at a big, nice private university. Unless the only time that advice wouldn't be true is if they got into like Harvard or Yale or like one of these institutions that have huge brand recognition. Then it's probably worth them ponying up the money, because the opportunities they're going to be given, the network they're going to be able to build, the brand that's going to be associated with their name is probably worth it. But if they're just going to get a business degree, probably just need to minimize the total cost of ownership there. Crew, I'm majoring in electrical engineering, department of software engineering. Nice. That's what Jensen Wong was. I think Jensen Wong did an electrical engineering degree. From my experience, knowing things beforehand is helpful, since in uni you are expected to know stuff. Well, I would hope you don't show up in uni without any type of educational background, right? I would hope you got some teaching in high school and whatnot. Maybe not electrical engineering knowledge, but I would hope you have some math and science background. I like our new chat scene. That's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to like be able to switch modes. Like, we're chatting, now we're kind of working. We're chatting. I kind of like it's kind of like setting the context. All right, what was the other thing I said I needed to do from a visual standpoint? Oh, we need to come up with images. So let's come up with maybe Gemini can help us do this. Oh no, my keyboard disconnected. There we go. Crew, yeah, you can't even get into it without knowing math and physics. Yeah, you'd think there'd be some prerequisites involved. Like, at least to take like higher level engineering courses, you would think they would say like, well, you got to take calculus first, you got to take physics 1, physics 2. Let's see. I am building a website that involves people making donations under the guise of buying me a coffee. I'm going to display their donations with avatar pictures, but I want the pictures to be of different coffee drinks. Yeah, I want the pictures to be of different coffee drinks. Could you generate like a sticker pack for these coffee drink images? Let's see what happens. Let's see if Nano Banana can help us out. They give you kind of hardcore tests and rank you based on that, and USA is called GPA or something. So I think that looks pretty good. Let's see. Can you spread out these stickers more? Remove the background and all text. I just want the stickers on a transparent background. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, crew. I trained when I was a personal trainer. I worked with a lady. Her name was Oxel Showers, and she was originally from, I think, Austria, and she literally gave me a transparent background. What was I saying? She came from, I think she was originally born in Austria. She came to the United States to work for a company in Oklahoma that did solar panels, manufactured solar panels. I can't remember the name of the company, but she was an engineer. She had a master's, I think, but I think it was in mechanical engineering, not electrical engineering. And she used to tell me, because at the time I was in university, I was in college at the time when I was working with her. And so we would get to talking a lot about the differences in the university systems between the United States and where she was from. And what you said kind of reminded me of that, because she always made it seem like it was much more difficult to get into university in Europe than here in the United States. I don't know if that's actually true, but based on what you said, giving you a hardcore test like that. In the United States, typically people take like the ACT or the SAT, but even that is becoming less and less of a requirement to get into school now. So the Europeans just have a higher bar, I guess, a higher bar for technical excellence. I kind of like the Chemex one. Yeah, I kind of like the Chemex image. The single shot of espresso is cool too. Let's see. So how should I go about doing this? So I guess we should open the sticker pack. And if I wanted to like crop how do I edit this? I don't want to edit with Designer. I just want to crop it. I wonder, let's see if my background removal tool can do this. Resize image, I think, yeah. I think what I want to do is I just want to remove the image or the background, and then I want to crop out the one sticker that I'm interested in using. OneDrive, desktop. Let's see, BGR. I don't know how this is gonna go. This is gonna use local inference, and I have a lot of resources already pulling, so we'll see how this goes. I hope it doesn't crash my stream. If the stream starts to lag, it's probably because I started that utility up. You can see the CPU usage is climbing. Oh shit, it's hitting 90%. Oh no. Oh god. Hang in there, guys. Hang in there. Hey, good morning, Santos. How are you? See you, crew. Have a good lunch, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Syed, do you think reverse engineering and binary exploitation is going to be valuable because people vibe code a lot? It could be. I honestly don't know. I don't know where vibe coding is going to take us. You know what I mean? Did you make it yourself or using an API? Oh, no, I made the background removal tool myself. It uses, but I didn't make the machine learning model. I'm using an existing machine learning model to run the inference. But the project I made myself. Actually, you can find it on my GitHub. Let me find it for. It's not perfect. It has. I need to improve how soft the edges of the background and the foreground come out in the resulting image. But it does a fairly decent job. I actually have a open issue to improve that. But if you want to check it out, it's open source and you're welcome to download and use it too if you'd like. Let's see, Zayed, you're over there on the vertical YouTubes, aren't you? For your perusing. It was a fun project to build. It's probably my favorite project from the past year. So it basically does stuff like this, right? But you can see like it's not perfect around the edges, right? There's some the edges are a little harsh, but it works. I mean, it does the job that I needed to do. So let's see what it did with the sticker pack. Yeah, so see, it's not perfect. But I think I can pull this into Canva and clean it up and make it look decent. So let's bring this over here. Let's create I guess we'll do a square custom size. I think it just needs to be, let's do, maybe 150 by 150. It's probably a little bigger than what we need. How do I close the sidebar here? There we go. So then what I'll do is I'll just crop out this guy. This is kind of hard to do on a small screen. We might need to go smaller, actually. Let's go back to the design. Custom size. We'll go 50-50. How about that? Thanks. Does it work on Linux? Just asking. Yeah, it works. I build it cross-platform. It works. It's got there's a Linux build, a Mac OS build, and a Windows build, and they're all there on the GitHub release page. If it doesn't work, obviously let me know, but it should work. Famous last words, right? It should work. Alright, then I should be able just to clean this up a little bit with the eraser tool. Pixel eraser. Sorry, I know some of you on the vertical screen are not getting the best experience right now, but it's way too big a brush. I don't know if I'll be able to get in there. I guess what I could do, remove the hard. Yeah, actually, hold on. Let me go back. Reset. Reset. I actually have a different idea. I think this might turn out better if I do the opposite. So let's go to upload the original. Eraser, pixel eraser. We're just trying to get the white. This is definitely not going to be perfect, but hopefully it'll look good enough for the website. Much easier with a mouse. I usually do this on my laptop. I need like a proper stylus though. Listen, I'm not a graphic designer, okay? I don't play one either on TV. It's just let's make this a little smaller. The graphic designers watching this are like, oh my god, this is so painful. Why is he doing this? Because I don't know how else to do it, okay? This is how I know how to do it. Might be easy to just search for this image instead of trying to take it from Gemini, huh? Alright, now we just have to remove enough of this that we can crop that guy out of there. Oh god. What have I done? Ah, I did it again. Okay, and this has come to the end of the graphic design time on Steven's stream. And then we're gonna do for the background color. Also, Canva needs a dark mode. We're gonna use. Just use this guy. Oh no. That looks terrible. I don't want to go in and clean this up. Okay. I'm gonna see if Gemini can help me out here a little bit more. Let's see. Can you... Let's do a new one. Can you generate a better version of this? Let's do Pro. Alright, let's see what Gemini does. What's your favorite, or what's your front plus backend stack recommendation for a SaaS to gen plus save millions of QR codes? What about sales and marketing stack? I don't really have a recommendation for sales and marketing. I don't have a good recommendation for that. Front end and back end stack for millions of QR codes. I guess if it was me, I'd probably do a Vue front end, a C# back end, and let's see, a database. I guess I'd probably pick something that's kind of battle tested, like Postgres or MongoDB. Maybe Postgres would be optimal. Maybe Postgres on planet scale, I hear, is a pretty good option for scalability. Why are you generating millions of QR codes though? Just air pressure tested my water loop and it already dropped to 0.01 bars in over an hour. I think this baby's ready. Let's go! Good job, Oblivious. Zayed, have you wanted to try any hardware physical coding projects like the hack thingy from Mark Rober? Yeah, that's actually that's why I want to get it, because I've been super interested in doing some sort of hardware related thing, but haven't really known where to start or how to get started. I kind of need someone to hold my hand, and I think that pack would be a perfect thing for me to try. So that's what I'm going to do. Let's see there. Coffee? No, espresso. Espresso. All right, now we need to put that in my site somehow, right? So we go Explorer, and then we need to drop that into the, does that go in the assets directory or does that go in the public directory? I guess I'll just put it in the public directory. There we go. Client, public, stick it in here. Okay. And then I think that means then on the front end, I can say espresso.png, I think. I might need to restart the build. Yeah, there it is. So then if we go to my site again, there we go. We got little shots of espresso. Cool. I like that. That looks good. I think though, I like that this works for mobile, right? Because this is just basically a form with the donations underneath, right? It's a very simple UI for mobile. But I think when the screen gets bigger, I think I would kind of like to add some responsiveness to this at some point. But I think this is fine for an initial go. Yeah, that's good. I also never know when to put it into assets or public. Yeah, it's like, wait, which one? I guess it depends on how you want it to be available to you, right? Because if you put it in the assets, then it'll be part of the build. So then you can import it, right? I think that's the distinction. Let's see, asset versus public. Vite. Let's see what Stack Overflow says. This is a year ago. If you have assets that are never referenced in source code, must retain the exact same file name, or you simply don't want to have to import an asset first to get its URL, then you can place the asset in a special public directory. Reference assets are included as part of the build assets graph. We'll get hash file names. It can be processed by plugins for optimization. So there you go. That kind of sums it up. Like if you want to manipulate the thing as part of the build, then stick it in the assets folder. But if you don't really care and you just want it to be a publicly available static file, put it in the public directory. But yeah, I'm the same way. Every time I go to use it, I'm like, which folder? Public or asset? But I guess that's the right way to think about it. What are you cooking today? Dev, we are working on a... Let me switch scenes again. We are working on a site that basically is a recreation of what people use Buy Me a Coffee for. So if you've ever heard of like Ko-fi.com, or what's another one? Yeah, like this type of website where basically somebody can sort of... Obviously mine isn't as like impressive of a page, but it's the same idea. Basically a page where people can come, and if you would like to buy me a coffee, you can do that here. And the other benefit of this project was I wanted to learn how to use the Stripe API because I've never used the Stripe API. So that's why we decided, or that's why I decided that this was an interesting project, because it seemed like a simple enough project that I could just focus on figuring out how to implement the Stripe payment flow without too much complexity around that functionality. So that's why we're building it. I think that's all I really want to do. I think I would like to, like this right here, the email. I think I would like to add some sort of little blurb like, if you want receipt, or something like this. Because the email's optional, the message is optional. Which do you think should on a form? Do you think you should call out the required fields, or do you think you should call out the optional ones? Call out optional or required? Call out optional or required fields on forms. Mark optional fields, not required. Most currently USWDS got. What is USWDS? The best way to indicate a required field is to include the word required as part. Many forms use a red asterisk in the label. The asterisk is often not announced to screen readers. People with low vision can often miss the asterisks. Some forms don't. Okay. Well, that's a easy. I mean, if for accessibility reasons we should have a required label, that makes it really easy. I know that was a draft article, but there's nothing. Okay, let's see. I'd like to use CSS and the required attribute to place a required label, required text next to each required field's label. How would you do this? See what Gemini says. I believe you just put required in the placeholder. Just trust the user reads it. Oh, I do need placeholder text. I don't have placeholder text. I should probably add that. It's a good idea. Payment form. Oh, I like this. Let's see what this does. Gemini, I think, came up with a decent solution. See what this looks like. I don't think I want it to be red, though. Excuse me. Form label has input required. Oh, none of my inputs have that required attribute on them. That's why. So let's add required, and then let's add required. So the name, the amount are the only required values. Okay, I like that, but I don't like the fact that I don't like how loud and in your face that is. I want it to be much more subtle than that. So it doesn't need to be bold. It doesn't need to be red. It also doesn't, I think, need to have that space in there. Oh, I guess it does need to have that space in there. I want it to be smaller. I want the text to be like font size, make it like make it even smaller. Make it like 700 rem. No, that's too small. And then let's make the color a little bit dulled. Yeah, I think it looks fine. So those are required, amounts required. Message is optional, email is optional, but I do want to add a little bit of a note next to the email that says, hey, if you want a receipt for your shit, you got to give me an email. If you want a receipt, yep. I like that. I think that's pretty good, right? I mean, I'm sure there's some stuff I've forgotten to do. I wonder if I have any to-dos scattered that I haven't addressed. I have several. Logging, that's for the back end. We haven't implemented logging yet. That's fine. So on the front end, is there anything? Handle rendering when query params. Nope, we don't have to do that. That's stupid. Payment form. Refactor to use reducer. Nope, I'm not gonna do that. And then the last one was, I think the last one has to do with showing handle error and display message. So if we're unable to create the payment intent, so this has to do with the fact that, let's say my backend was off, or my front end can't reach my backend for some reason. Let me shut that down real quick. I'm gonna shut down the server real quick. Oh, the server has to be up actually to serve the static files. I'm not sure how I want to handle that. I want to think about it. And in the meantime, I'm going to catch up with some chat while I think about it. Just put, see, I'd vote for red asterisk. Yeah, it's funny that that's what you see everywhere is red asterisk. But for some reason, they said that's bad for accessibility. What if the server gets disconnected or crashes between serving and receiving? I honestly don't know. The payment, the nice thing is that as long as the create payment intent succeeds on my end, then Stripe takes care of the rest of it. I should probably rate limit. Like, somebody could theoretically automate this form, and they could come in and just spam this buy form and create a lot of payment intents that they never actually intend to complete. So I probably should rate limit that endpoint. So I think I will. Okay, so for now, we'll just alert. We'll just say an error occurred while please show. Yeah, we'll just alert for now. But on the back end, this payment endpoint right here probably needs to be rate limited. If the events endpoint is fine because it's protected by verifying the Stripe signature, even though it's a public endpoint, people could hit this with payloads. They won't be successful. But this one right here, this will actually call the Stripe API. Every time someone hits it, if it passes validation, it's going to try to use the Stripe API. So we probably should rate limit that. Now, I forget how to do that. Microsoft they added built-in support in ASP.NET for rate limiting, ASP.NET rate limiting. So it's there out of the box, you just have to use it. Let's see. Configure rate limiting. I just want to do it on a specific endpoint. Require rate limiting fixed. Okay. So we have to define our policies. Map get payments endpoint dot require rate limiting. And yeah, we can do fix like they show. I don't know. You really shouldn't be able to hit that endpoint like more than like 10 times in an hour, right? I mean, I can't see people wanting to make more than that many donations in an hour. Oh, whoops, sorry, I'm still chatting. Hey, what's up, Oxnell? How are you? Good to see you, man. How you doing? We're just over here tinkering. It's already 8:30. I've been live for almost 4 hours now. 4 hours and 13 minutes I've been live. This is a long one for me. Chat has really quieted down, which makes me think there's no one here either. I mean, I know I've been coding and not really chatting terribly much, but I'm doing good. Just about to move to a new job. Well, tell me all about that, Oxnell. Tell me all about this new job. What are you doing? I mean, obviously you don't have to disclose the... Oh, Bob Null, you're lurking. I'm doing good. About to move to a new job. So tell me about this new job. Like, did you get a bump? Did you get a pay bump? Better working conditions? What's up with that? Also, We should probably clap it up a little bit for you. Hey, Shudo, how are you, man? Life is good here for me personally, Shudo. Yeah, no complaints. And yeah, it's been a good Sunday morning. I think we've made lots of progress. My project, I think, looks halfway decent now. I think it actually looks like a proper website. Probably could use some extra polishing. Probably need to update this blurb a little bit. But yeah, I think it's decent. Not much of a bump, but it got parents insurance, and that's important for me. That's awesome, dude. Let's go. Insurance is super important. My mom, growing up, made most of her employment decisions based on having good medical insurance was really important to her. So she made a lot of job choices off of making sure she had a job that had good benefits. It's SOC level 2. Nice. Well, fantastic, man. Congratulations. That's awesome. It's always a journey getting a new gig, so I'm glad you got one. Are you ready to accept payments now? I think so. I just got to get it deployed. I need to add rate limiting, and there's a little bit of final touches I want to do on the UI before I deploy it. But my goal is to get this deployed today, right? By the end of the day. And then tomorrow, I guess, based on some discussions we had earlier today, tomorrow we're going to start doing some Rust programming on stream. So we'll see how that goes. I've not done very much Rust programming before, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll probably start working with the Rust programming language book, I imagine. I don't know. I figured people would want to see me kind of like work through building projects, but Bob suggested learning Rust. But maybe we can build some projects with Rust. I don't know. I don't know. I'm having mixed feelings about learning Rust on stream because we spent a month learning Go in November, and I haven't really written much C# on stream, and so I was kind of looking forward to like making a switch back to like C# land, to .NET land. So I don't know. I'm teetering. I might switch to writing Rust tomorrow. I might not. I don't know. Could go either way. Yeah, Rust gets a lot of attention. I think Rust gets a lot of attention because it's like newer and novel than a lot of languages, and it just has kind of a completely different paradigm to it, which makes it interesting, I think, for people to talk about. Bob Nolan, you can go back to C#. Don't have to listen to me. Maybe a smidge of Rust, then C# the rest of the time. Yeah, we can bounce around. I totally understand what you're saying, Bob Nolan. I'm not saying that you're making me do it. I was more saying, yeah, I'm kind of conflicted about what I want to do on stream. I mean, I think learning is interesting. I'm sure it's interesting for some people to watch to see how I learn. But I also think building is interesting too. So we'll mix it up. We'll mix and match. Oblivious, you've mentioned not having made a desktop app before. Might want to do Rust. That could be your introduction. eGUI is a nice first-time GUI crate. Okay, so let's iterate, or let's brainstorm real quick a little bit. So let's say we switch over to learning Rust, and the goal of learning Rust is to build a desktop application. What type of app would be good? Like what would be a useful desktop app? I'm trying to think even for myself, like what would I use a desktop app for? I mean, I'm streaming a lot, so is there something I could build to help the streams? Is there I'm trying to think if there's like a utility or a tool I could use at work that might be helpful to my work life. There's also the Tari approach you could take, which has Rust backend. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Shudo. We'll vibe it out. I'm a vibe streamer. No, I like Oblivious's idea of using Rust as an entry point for desktop development because that's something I would like to do. I would like to build a desktop app, and I currently don't have any sort of experience or like established stack for doing that. Like I don't even know how to do that in .NET MAUI. So I kind of like the idea of picking up a new language and a new stack for a new type of development. I think that would be interesting. I'm just not sure what I would build. I might give that some thought today. Where'd my browser go? There it is. I'm dreaming of a blank. I'm drawing a blank for desktop apps. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm selfishly trying to use your guys' brains to help supplement my lack of. Yeah, I don't know. Something that comes to my mind at the moment, though. All right, let's see how many folks are still here, and we'll do our normal wrap up. I'm kind of hungry. I think I'm going to go have breakfast, and then I'm going to work on the Stripe thing for the rest of the day. Get that deployed, and then we can move on to something new. Let's see how many folks are here. Looks like we have 21 souls on YouTube, and we have how many over here on Twitch? Do we have anyone on Twitch? We have 4 viewers on Twitch. Let's go. Hello to Twitch. Okay, so we have about 24 people left here. That's awesome. That's pretty good for me at the end of the stream. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Let's switch views here. We got too many windows going on. Too many windows. Yeah, that's pretty good for me. Well, I guess, thanks, bro. May I ask, do you work in the gov or private sector? I work in private sector, Shudo. I work for a private company. I think actually the company I work for would actually be considered a small business under United States, like under the Small Business Administration's definition. I think it still classifies as a small business. But yeah, it's private sector stuff. No government work. Okay, normal wrap up. Here we go. If you're new here and you'd like to hang out with anyone from chat or myself outside of the stream, the best place to find us is Discord, and I'll drop that in the chat for you guys. It's just discord.stevenfreeborn.com. If you'd like to come back and you'd like to hang out on stream with us in the future, I'm normally live on YouTube and on Twitch from 4:15 Central Standard Time. That's 4:15 a.m. to 7 a.m. Central Standard Time. And then sometimes on weekends, which are Saturday and Sunday for me, I will stream longer. Like I'll go, to like 8:30 or 9, like I'm doing now. Just depends on what's going on that day. So I'll drop that schedule in the chat too for your reference in case you're interested. Obviously, no pressure to join the Discord. No pressure to come back and hang out again. But if you see me live and you want to stop in and just say hello, that's always nice. It's always super appreciated. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Oblivious. I might have a cursed idea. GUI for LazyVim setup and plugin marketplace. It's not a cursed idea, but it sounds complex. I was thinking like for my first desktop app, I need to start like simple. But it sounds like a cool idea. See you, Willie. Bye, man. Shoot, no pressure, but y'all better come back tomorrow or else. Good stream. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. Bob, thanks for the recommendation on the DBUI too for my NeoVim configuration. That was a big upgrade, so thank you very much. See you, Shudo. Let's see, who else is in chat? So I said bye to Shudo, bye, Bob Knoll. See you, Willie. Oblivious, thank you, as always, for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Ox Knoll, if you're still here, good luck with your new job, man. I hope you crush it. I'll be rooting for you. Come back and tell us all about it. Let's see, Zayed, I think he left. But if you're still here, Zayed, thanks for hanging out. Neil Thompson, if you're still here, thanks for hanging out. I think I got everybody that was here in the chat recently. All right, guys. Bye, chat. Bye. See you guys. Have a good day.